the other mexicano for that. It is mexicano.
Yeah, I guess that depends to be on that. Yeah, okay. I guess that I go to translate.
I saw the X.
Okay. Okay, I'm muted.
Everyone got a 10 minutes? Yay. Tomorrow I'll try to start all this an hour earlier. And we can actually be on time instead of spend time.
Let me know when. Simon, can you ask Bob if he can hear us?
I've already asked.
Lucifer did no audio, but I heard it before, so it's the thing. Okay. There's a okay. Let's make sure it's on Zoom. There's a delay on YouTube, by the way.
So do they have audio on Zoom now, or?
Yeah, you should be coming through on.
Yeah.
But
also. Yeah.
Are you recording the session on Zoom? Yeah.
I will start right now. I'm just waiting for.
Yeah, sorry, we're just going to make sure because yesterday
Set up to.
we actually lost the
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. So let's start. Everyone is eating. I'm talking. Great.
I'm talking.
No, you shut up. You do the eating, I do the talking. Yeah, so I was asked to give a quick update about what happened to MetaBrainz Picard, what's going on. Yeah, in 2023 we are still checking files. I'm happy about that. It's not obsolete. It's not as relevant anymore. So how is Picard doing? I think it's doing pretty well. It's getting continuously developed. There are frequent commits. We have basically every week something to commit, sometimes daily. We do frequent releases. So usually we do, in average, 2 minor releases per year. So we had 2.9 earlier this year, and we are doing 2.10, I guess, next week. And several patch releases. So something around 8 to 10 releases per year. And I think that's pretty fun.
We'll just share the screen on Zoom.
Oh, I thought you already did.
No.
Okay.
You for it. Sorry about that. Spoilers.
Okay, sorry for that, but you did not miss something. We don't track any users and what they are doing and the usage of Picard. So we don't really know how much it's really being used. But what we know is that it's the second active category in the forums. So we have frequent requests from the users. We get tickets quite frequently, especially after we've released a new release. Users are starting to use it and they find new bugs, but often also old bugs from way before. We have some statistics from some stores because we have you put the Snap store. It tells us we have 5,000 active devices there. However, this measure. We have it in the Microsoft store, and the Microsoft store is from my perspective, a little bit secondary because the main distribution is the installer, the portable version. But the store version is also used, and at least in August we had something above 3,000 user sessions and 600 active users, and we have on average $500 per month. So yeah, this is also being used. What happened last year? The awesome traffic here. Thank you very much, Simon. We have to talk about that and make more use of it. So we released Picard 2.9. We will release 2.10 soon. We merged the GSOC project from last year. Kelly 37 did it. It was the single instance mode that allows you to, if you choose open this file with your file explorer, it will open in the existing instance and not have one file per or one instance per file, right? So you open 100 files and you have 100 instances open of Picard.
Did someone find that out the hard way?
I guess so, yes, yes.
Open all commercial.
We updated for Python 3.12 compatibility. It will be out the next day probably. So we have to get out the 3.10 release for this as well. We moved the translations to Weblate. Ivan was working a lot on setting up Weblate, and we were working together on getting this right. And Picard was one of the first projects we set up there. It was already a very good move because it helped us a lot. Weblate has these quality checks, and there were a lot of changes to the translations and the source strings in Picard also to address several problems there. Yeah, sorry.
With both switch as well, keeping on the user guide translation.
Yes.
With it.
Since last summit, we had a release basically on the start of last summit. We solved exactly 100 tickets. So it's perfect. We also started the port to Qt6. So currently Picard is based on the Qt5 framework. And this is kind of end of life. New development is mainly happening on the Qt6 version. So we need to update to there. More on that later, but this is the first work on that already started. On the contributor side, we had 10 contributors to GitHub. If we count Kelly 37, who did all the work last year. But actually it's, we had Simon had some contributions because we had new icons. and Carla did some changes and fixed up of my own stuff and added a small feature. But overall, we have 3 developers who are actively contributing to the code. That's Task, that's myself, and that's Bob currently on the Zoom. And then we also had translations this time. Since we have moved to Weblate, we track them separately as contributors. Scanning, by the way, unfortunately did not stay around. He mentioned it even in his summary after the GSOC project. He was not very fond of working with Python anymore. So, well, yeah. A few words about our release procedure, because I mentioned we are doing frequent releases now. I think both Seth and I are very happy about that. So getting a new release out is really good. We have most of this automated, and we are releasing to multiple platforms, right? So we have 2 builds for macOS for different versions. We have overall 3 builds for Microsoft. We have the portable version, the installer. We have the Microsoft Store version. We release on PyPy, the Python package index, and also do binary releases for macOS and Windows there. And of course, the source releases. And all of this is completely automated on Picard. We also do automated code signing. So all releases are code signed for the platform. And we have a couple of manual steps. So we still need to copy the files to FTP. We need to update the website. We need to trigger the release to the Microsoft Store, uploading the build file and trigger the final release. We have to trigger the build of the Ubuntu Snap Store, as well as the Ubuntu PPA package archive that we also still have. It's manageable, but we want to automate more. What's really great is that we have very active packagers for different Linux systems, right? So we have frequent feedback from the Debian, Fedora, and Arch Linux packages. So actually, it's good. If there's no feedback, we did everything correct. But if there's some problem, they come to us quickly, or if they want to have some change, we usually have this. It used to be also that way for the free BSD maintainer, but they are currently lagging around behind a little bit. I'm not quite sure why. And also for Linux, we have the Flatpak package, which usually gets updated on the same day as we do it without us doing anything. I already mentioned it. We have to update for Qt6. It's necessary because we want to support modern systems. One such thing is, for example, that we currently don't have native builds for the new Mac OS processors, right? So the new Apple processors are not natively supported. It runs in compatibility mode, but people have already requested that we do native builds for that. But doing so, only Qt6 has full compatibility and provides us also with binary builds that we can use for that. Unfortunately, it will break compatibility with older systems. That is something that is we cannot avoid for forever. It will break compatibility with Windows 7 and older Mac OS versions. Not yet quite clear which. It depends on which will be our minimum version we need to support for Qt6. But the current port, it seems like it will be Mac OS 11 at the minimum. We might be able to reduce this bit. That means we also want to put out the Picard 3 release soon. We don't want to start doing, we are now working on Picard 3 and in 2 or 3 years we do it. We want to make it happen soon. Ideally, sometimes early next year, maybe. So that we can get out a pre-release maybe this year. And for that, Sas and I had already discussed that we will limit the scope a little bit. Because we are raising the version and we have also backward incompatible changes, it's tempting to say we include all kinds of changes we could do that are breaking in some way. But due to the limited team size, we want to limit it to something we can manage. So we will definitely do the Qt6 project that's already underway. And we will rework the plugin system that currently has a couple of issues. Sas and I just talked today about that, and we have planned that we will finalize and implement. And as for every release, we will do general bug fixes and smaller new features that just come along. Could we do other breaking changes? Yes, we could. But if there will be something, there needs to be someone who pledges to actually do the work for them. So if there's someone coming in and says, I want this feature, we cannot do it in the current release, it will be breaking. Yes, we can include it, but that person then also needs to pledge for actually providing the feature. But of course, after Picard 3, there's no end, right? We can continue implementing. We can also do a Picard 4 at some point. So we have enough ideas and features that we can implement in the future. A couple of important ones is that we want to have improved cover art handling. Cover art is still a little bit of a weak spot. There are a couple of features that might be added here. We also have that. Sorry, Simon. Yes.
I was just wondering what was, it works fine for me. I'm wondering what people want that we're not doing.
Feature-wise, we want to have options to resize images, for example, automatically or offset more options. What type of image you want, minimum size, for example, something like that. There are also a couple of problems, for example, with you have this local files cover art source where it just tries to detect existing cover art from your file system. And this has some issues with updating, some tickets about that. It should be addressed.
So there was also the issue that some months ago, a bit of a kerfuffle around, I think Simon was talking shit about the UI in Picard and that turned up some other contributor. So we still have some issues about just basic usability of Picard.
Yeah.
So my question is, have you guys thought about that a little bit? I finally now that I actually understand UX a little bit more, I think the tree controls we're using on both sides of the panel would probably be the main sources for the.
Probably, yes.
And if we can improve those, and there's easy ways of doing that, I think we can drastically improve the usability, especially if we have like when the card opens, says like, your stuff gets loaded here, what you want to tag to gets loaded here. So is there on the roadmap sitting on the assignment and actually working through it and revamped UI that we can then improve down the road? Is that on the roadmap?
It's general on the mind. So this is basically the next two parts here, right? I think there is no really easy way, but Simon has a couple of ideas that we could maybe start doing and have some, low-hanging fruits. Some improvements.
And we've arranged to chat about it specifically this time. Because I don't know what's easy and what's hard and what's possible as well. So if we can kind of work out what works and we can.
Because I'm not looking for like a major revamp instantly. I would like there just, pretty much on all fronts. Now that we have Simon on the team, I like every project to gradually start UX improvements.
Yeah.
Right? So when somebody says, oh, the UI, the card is shit, we can say like, look, we fixed these few things and we have a roadmap, yada, yada, yada. And that's just an easy way for us to kind of quiet down some of the people that are just being kind of snarky about this.
Yeah.
So that's great to know. Because I remember getting really frustrated when I first wrote the part, like I didn't know how to do this any other way. But now that I've been trained by Monkey and by Aerosol how to actually think about UI, it's like, oh, we can so that is on the roadmap. But one other data point I contributed to the early part of your conversation. I estimated how many people have downloaded Picard, like doing some rough calculations, what seems reasonable. And I think over lifetime, the Picard has been downloaded tens of millions of times. That's the closest to the estimate I can come up with, but that's kind of few, right?
Yeah, that makes good. It is also that there are many of those download pages, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's impossible to track.
It's impossible to track.
But if Zara didn't go very much into this presentation yesterday, but we're doing in excess of 60 million successful 200 web requests per day. Right. So we just take that for a second and like take that in. What we're pushing out as far as requests and software and data downloads and so forth, we do way more than a 10-person team, 25,000 team. I don't know what that, but that's freaking impressive. And that the card is still around, you guys are still working on it, and it's like, I mean, with the changing world, people are now looking back to coming back to their own music collections. I certainly, right? So I thought the car was just completely end of life, but I am super wrong about that.
Yes,
I'm super happy to be wrong about that because this is by far like so I track news reports about MetaBrainz and so forth. And the number one time when MetaBrainz gets mentioned by people is when people are confused or frustrated about how to tag their music collections. And everyone's like, I just got fucking around and download the car, go. Right, and like having that sentiment still after 20 years. Thank you. Fucking amazing.
It's amusing that the Picard revival comes at the same time as the Captain Picard revival. I think it's relevant.
Yeah, there's a big part of that. So
We're 20 years ago before back into it.
okay, I mentioned the statistics from the Microsoft store, right? And so, yeah, Microsoft is gathering data about people, right? So you probably should not use Windows, just in general. But if you do, just be aware Microsoft is gathering some data, and it's showing some of this data in the statistics, so we can actually a little bit see. Most people have not given the data, but we can see a little bit which age group and gender downloads Picard, right? And yeah, if you look at that,
Have we ever seen a woman use it?
yeah, Picard is a software for old men, maybe. So maybe for Captain Picard. Maybe we can change this again at some point, but probably the trend is in this direction. But I'm sure it will stay relevant because people will still have specific people will still have their local collection. Maybe there will be even a trend more towards that.
Yes, I think there will be, because as I'm finally working on this MetaBrainz local, there's going to be some features where the content resolution doesn't actually require you to have the music collection tag with MDIDs, right? We can actually do fine with just metadata lookup because of the map, which is pretty incredible, right? But if we want to use LB radio or company recommendation, you got to have your collection tag with MDIDs, right? So as I bring this sort of these pieces of software to the funk rails and navigrams and so forth, I think we're going to see some people going like, okay, fine, I'm now need to just jump in and actually tag all of my stuff. So I think the Picard's popularity is actually
Yeah. I think the Funkwell project, for example, they've been even discussing if it should be required that they require the APIs. And they recommend taking everything with Picard anyway.
Yeah.
And then the last data point, use MetaBrainz APIs alternative tagging sources. Is that what we're kind of talking about, the auto tagging?
Yes, I think so. Because we already did some experiments with that. And, I plug in and it might be useful.
I'm hoping that we can have some like, it would be really nice if we can finish all the plenary discussions today and tomorrow, and then have 2 days for hacking. I would love to sit down with you and see if we can actually make auto tag work, because Lucifer built is a release space endpoint for that. And that could be really cool. So
Yeah.
that would be a fun thing to try out.
Yeah. So there are a few notes about that because it's really interesting. It might really fit into the use case of many people, but also not fit for many other people.
Correct.
Yes. Because so it's solving the problem. We have the triggers in the forums a lot that people don't care really much about which release to tag against. They want to just tag against the kind of the canonical release, right? I have this on from YouTube, some album it's famous for, and I want to tag against that. And this is a problem that we could not easily solve in Picard all the time. But the MetaBrainz project, and especially what Rob has been working on as well, it's solving this, right? Lucifer and Rob had talked about exactly this problem, and they needed to solve it for MetaBrainz, and they have API endpoints that provide this data. So Picard could use this as well as an alternative or in addition, depends on the setup of the MetaBrainz web service. But of course, we have all the other users, the hardcore MetaBrainz editors who care a lot about exactly the edition they have. And for them, the current lookup features are probably better.
So that we don't make them happy with this feature.
No.
Yeah. So that's fine, right?
The same is for the UI improvements, right? Picard, what makes it so confusing and fast is that it's extremely powerful, and you have so many ways to go at things, and one way fits better to a specific use case than another one. Two things we have in mind is that we have a kind of a setup wizard that has been discussed for a long time and should be finally implemented. That the initial setup gets a little bit easier, right? You can actually say, okay, what do you want to do? How do you want to have your files named? Where should they be placed? And you have just an initial setup. Because currently you start Picard, you have to go to the options and enable a couple of options in order to Picard to do something at all, right?
Yeah.
By default, it will not just do something useful. So this can be done there. And the other part is, I'm not quite sure how to call it because this is still up for discussion, right? An easy mode or a guided mode. Maybe it's kind of the thing that gives you a more step-by-step way of doing things. Here are my files. And
Yes.
save them, right?
Not a further skip the part where you have to click to go to group and things like that, which
But it does ask you what you want to do. For example, what you want to how do you want to tag your file, and just give you example or thing like that. So basically, without we choose the right option according to what the user expects, and just a basic setup that can later improve, like to get to start to tag file very quickly, to see the result actually of the thing. And because there's so many different options, and we added a lot of features which are improving. In fact, for example, when you have in the option some choice, we added some preview of for example script. When you are scripting now, basically Picard is showing you the result of the thing. It wasn't existing before. It was even harder to understand what Picard will do to fight and things like that. Having a bit of visualization of what actual change Picard will do. For example, will it replace, for example, the robot or keep the existing one? At the moment, it's not very clear. It's not for the newcomer. It's you know exactly what will happen when you press.
You can easily get surprises.
Yeah.
So when I originally wrote Picard, there wasn't a predominant thinking around you should have same defaults for things, right? When we come from the Microsoft world where it's just crawling out of you basically don't do any of the same defaults. It's just not something that Microsoft does very well, right? But I think for Picard, we could probably ask for users to make a few assumptions that people will likely want to write tags. Will likely want to write V2 tags. Yes, it will likely want to rename the file, right? So I think we should probably actually sort of ascertain what features are the default features that everyone's expecting from us and set those as defaults so that out of the box, Picard does.
Yeah.
I'm happy to help. I'm a complete new user and don't use any advanced feature. I just want to tag my files clearly. That's it.
Right.
Nothing
Thinking exactly that. I can't bring that perspective to the table, so please. Thank you.
Yeah. We have tried to move. It's the software's been around a long time, and maybe it's something that we integrate to Picard 3, but there's really small changes that we know new users want. And it's just a small default change, and the community feedback has been such that we haven't done it. And we're talking really minor, change the order. I just want release group in this little, it's a tiny thing.
Do you have that list? Is that something that?
This is just an example of one thing that I have been like, I can see that new users struggle experience, but we just need to keep in mind the community and that it's not as easy as just making those changes, because when they can update and there's changes out local. But yeah, maybe Picard 3 is somewhere where we can really, we can do a massive change and everything at once, and then people are like, they feel like, oh yeah, that makes sense. It's a new.
Are these the tickets that are accessible?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe identify some of these tickets and maybe tag them with a QT6 upgrade tag and so forth, so that people can look at that. But this is definitely something I want to be more cognizant of, because we've been hammered for a long time about not doing anything UI, right? Like, so MetaBrainz is fine on that. MusicBrainz is definitely moving in the right direction. I think Picard should be doing the same. Like, do a little bit of work to show people like what we're listening. Okay, right. And then each release, it would be good if we could squeeze in one. I mean, if it's a release where feature changes are allowed, right? I think a little bit every release.
There's one feature we are not welcoming, which is basically option profiles you can apply to default option. Basically, we can define few use case, for example, like when you do just add your files and just add a paragraph, a typical case of use, and use the profiles to provide the correct default for that without so to make something new. Like without we propose like 3 or 4 scenarios and just set the whole thing for that. And perhaps we could go a bit further by changing a bit the interface, for example, adding some button or some menu or something which are not useful in this use case. Just something to simplify
Easy mode, right?
And we've got some other comments from Bob, but I want to shout out Bob, who I think implemented more default tagging scripts.
Yes.
So
Yes.
that is already that is a big, and I think I mentioned it again like 10 years ago. I was like, why don't we have this?
Yes.
So we've been moving because we just need the ones. To be honest, we need to know. I mean, half of our users are Flex users, let's be honest. So we just need the Flex one, but we're getting there. And if we add profiles, that's we're moving. And a lot of that was Bob, I think.
Yes, Bob did the work on the release editor, the naming script editor that was completely redone, and it allowed to have multiple presets. Currently, I think we have 2. But Bob recently also suggested that we add more that actually cover certain use cases. The thing here is a little bit, we need to ask the community to identify those use cases, because sometimes there's the impression made that we need some very specific naming for this certain tool or this certain layer. And if you look at it closer, it's often not the case, but the default naming script would actually handle that. But I don't say it does not exist, right? So if the community gives the feedback that we can have a certain default that really makes sense, then we should add it. And that was always the idea of that reset feature.
So an example is Flex, right? Which is just because I monitor Reddit the mentions of Picard and MetaBrainz. How do I tag my files with Flex? And then a lot of comments, and it's like it's not complicated. In fact, it's basically our default. But for the user, even if it's the default, they're like, oh, we see the button. So there's a few kind of.
Also, it could be more, right? It could be more like just the naming pattern, the naming script. It could also include additional options that need to be enabled so it works cleanly. So this is a little bit the idea of us that we use the option profiles, which by the way were also implemented by Bob. So we could use them to maybe define some standard settings. But let's actually move the discussion about user interface improvements and refinements to a separate place then. These are just a couple of ideas, right? We often have talked about the need to update the genre handling a little bit. We have the genres from MetaBrainz, you have the genres from different plugins, and they all re-implement all the same features, and you can combine them. It would be great to have things like filtering which genres you want, all central, and have different sources then that can work together. You want?
No, just on the setup wizard and on the edit UI, sorry. It's we have the same event work in the server, using one server, so it can only go together when it should be like.
And have some ideas exchange.
Find the use case, and there is a continuation between using the server and using the Tiger. Most of the time, so it can be.
Let's do that. Then unified data submission is also something currently it can submit the CUST IDs, and it's just this button, right? It lights up, you can press it, it goes gray again. Nobody knows what it does. But I contributed to the project.
People might still use it.
No, people use it a lot, but they don't really know what it does, and it's also not clear to work on. So We also have other data that can be submitted, and we have plugins for that. We can submit genres, we can submit ISRCs. So the idea I have here is that we have a data submission thing that actually shows you what will be submitted. You can choose, I want to submit this data, or I don't want to submit this data. And then it shows you also the progress of submitting this data. So that's useful. Yeah. And other things, of course, right? I think in the ticket system you will find more ideas we have, but haven't gotten around to it.
So we think genres, I think is
Yeah.
a great feature for.
Yeah.
Music brains.
Because the tags and music brains will become more important because if, you know, with the metadata viewer and making it easy to submit tags right from the metadata viewer, and also with MetaBrainz Radio making music based on tags, like we're really drawing, I find the final drawing a really good use case of tags. Having that being able to tag in Picard is.
Yeah. And this should really be part of Picard. I tried to genre submission plugin yesterday on my entire collection. And I wanted to submit everything in one go, right? And it just broke and the server timed out and
Picard, your entire collection.
Sorry?
Isn't that true of building Picard, your entire collection in Picard? Or is it working now? I mean, you used to get it recorded about the.
It might take some time because it's a little bit slow. Because of the request limit box here. That's also.
We were talking about that. We have a request rate limit, which is around 1 kilobit per second. So it limits a lot the speed of Picard when you are planning like a small collection or something like that. So we were talking about whether this still makes sense, or can we, with new gateways and things like that, speed up Picard somehow, allowing like 10 times higher rate or something like that.
So one of the things that we did, or starting to do with MetaBrainz is the maximum number of items returned for any one request was 100. And then we had somebody say, it's like, no, why is it so low? And we really looked at it. It's like most of the time that you have a database query, the query execution planning and all of that takes a lot of time. The actual fetching of data takes almost no time, right? And now we have unlimited bandwidth for all of our servers. There's no reason for us to be doing that, right? So we changed that to be 1,000 items to be pulled back in any one request, because that is going to make fewer requests overall, but the requests become a little bit heavier. That's fine. But would you consider doing this in other places as well?
I think it won't change much in all this case.
Yeah,
Because it's currently not the amount of data we need to create. So it's not that we need to make multiple queries to get a long list, but it's more that we have to make many queries to get the data.
Okay.
And at least one query per release we want to look up, right? Because it's going
Yeah,
to
so we've spoken many times about WS3 from MetaBrainz, and one of the things we've never worked on that is also because we don't have Oauth in place yet. But the Oauth stuff that's hopefully going to get done this year, right? And then we can actually make WS3. WS3, we always said, is something along the lines of, in one request, you could say, I want this artist in DIG, fetch this artist, I want this release fetched, I want that fetched. You can just batch up multiple requests in one go, send it off, and then all the data comes back in one request. And that
work out. Yes, that would help. Real?
Yeah, like I was wondering, like, would it help if you could like request all the releases of a bunch of releases in one go, then at least request all the recordings for all the releases in one go that you already requested?
Yes, probably.
Because I mean, that might actually be doable with the current web server to change something.
It will need some restructuring in Picard because currently it's kind of considering each release its own.
Yeah,
it's real, please investigate that.
But that would help a lot.
That would be really good. Yeah. Also with Oauth, we can finally get around to being able to give some users the best of better rate limit. So because we can be able to control these things with an Oauth based web service. There is a tiny bit of a legal issue behind that. We can't say, oh, if you donate to us, we will give you better service. Because as per our charter to the IRS, funds that are given us cannot be earmarked to us. There cannot be, there cannot be money just to go away. But if we don't accept it as a donation, if you give us a support payment, and that's why we make this difference, I think we can, but it is actually make, it should work okay. I think it should work okay, because we do this for our commercial customers, I think for private customers should work out okay, we just can't give donation receipts. So there's a possibility that somebody could say, I want to buy, access for a month to a high level tier of the APW suite. Right, and then somebody pays us $5 for that, something like that, and then we bring in more money, and that's okay. Like,
It's a good idea and start to all the other users. If you really need that, maybe you can change, probably doing something in commercial or semi-commercial online.
No, there's a lot of people that just don't want to work hard to load, and I'm experiencing this all the time. Loading 10 albums, just that takes like a year or so. Not quite that bad, but it could go faster.
Yes, and we could change the logic of the white label back, because what I want to do is to look at logs and to see the actual usage of Picard, because Picard is doing very specific queries for really special, but it all depends at the, for example, if you're working to 1 query per second when no one else is doing any query for that, it's a bit of waste, So you could speed up the number of queries depending on time or load or things like that. So I think a more dynamic way based on actual graphic and not only like something, hey, that's 1 query per second, that's all.
Well, I'm surprised we can do that because the weight on the system allows for dynamic changes like this. Adjustment.
That's how people use the system, both to adapt to this. Yes, then the query and it tells you how much to expect.
We do this very weight on the box.
Wait for headers on
Basically,
the request response.
It tells you in so many seconds you get this name request. Okay.
We even have a ticket for that, so it would support
Yeah,
these sellers in Picard.
Sport challenge.
Let's wrap this up and move on to the next thing.
Sorry, I'm just because Bob mentioned in the chat. He said just for the workflow, you had manual that updating documentation. There's also
Oh yes, the documentation update.
A manual step, and he wanted to mention that we should also be proud that Picard's one of the best documented open source packages.
Absolutely.
And as a lay person and someone who links people a lot, I really love some pages, recommended workflows. Thank you, Bob.
Thanks, Bob. That's really the case. And manual steps, updating the documentation. I always forget it. And that's why I also forgot it in the presentation. But Bob reminds me also.
I mean, I would like to mention that for us, it's a hassle, publishing on just one app store or something, but you guys are publishing it everywhere. I can understand the pain that it takes.
Do more. We cannot do more, actually. That's also one of the things, right? I'm very happy we don't have to do this for most of the Linux world. I'm not super happy we are maintaining the Snap package, but it was unmaintained at some time and you still get the complaints from the users, right? So I said, okay, let's take this. But no, I'm very happy with this procedure. Good.
Oh yeah. Actually, I didn't realize you actually had an update for us.
I'm going to add on to Rio's community thing, but no rush.
Yeah. So I think everyone's going to move out. Let's get a 2 minutes tea break, which is definitely what I'm angling for.
Like the amazing MBA. I'm not sure we already discussed this, right? Like requesting multiple and finally, I think the issue was they returned a bunch of
Can you open the?
I mean, like, yes, but like one thing to yeah, like only allow it without the, for example, like a cheap hardware workflow, then it might actually make sense for them, or only with specific issues, simply.
Or you could have a limited number of entities before. the-
Yeah, and what I would say is that I would benefit to like maybe 10 with include for 100 without. And see how that works, because I guess you don't need the include, but Picard probably that.
All right,
You probably don't need the include.
I do, but
Which ones do you need?
we have.
Yeah, sorry, so I was-
I mean, the relation of the rules.
No, here's the thing, for example.
Yeah.
With the recording, so I really need to release before.
Well, yeah, but that's not the relation. That's not the yeah, I get the request, you need to request a week. Okay, I thought maybe it's all the content of the release. That is probably, right?
Hang on, let me check.
I think you're right.
Also, we still some limit. So, I think, don't let you request. Because there's more than
You get first 3
Yeah.
days, so you don't get any other information.
Yeah.
People release. Releases. Yeah, so that's an income that I would use, for example. Yeah, I was thinking about, what the.
Oh, yeah, sure. Speak up, basically, we are just.
How you can look at the box, someone. Yes, recording.
Yeah, it can really cut everybody, but anyway, by this way.
Wait, but that doesn't actually do this.
But I think, yeah, because to be like the VIP application.
It's not taking all the other.
Oh, yeah.
You probably need to do it.
And then we get,
access to all the
I don't think there's a way to do from this recording, the releases and all the recording. Yeah, but I think that's. Because I'm asking for 2 different things in one go, which is not.
I won't have the line. We don't.
Yeah. So in that case, I cannot see a thing, but.
Because at the moment we have many master.
Like, then what I want to do is load a release for like 50 or 100 tracks each and whatever. But it's not loading the release, it's not that simple.
Well, okay, here's the question. I think it's over recordings.
There's times when I want to be on like
Mass
for Brainz database, like I want to be able to cross the production database.
I can just say like, get more than 100 or 500 or whatever number. Check page 2 for more.
We could cross.
Sure.
All right, we're starting up again, everyone.
You can change that for the site itself.
This function community.
So, good everyone. Important stuff.
I'm important.
All right, I'm just gonna follow up on Rio's talk because I kind of embedded myself into the community stuff without really being asked to or whatever, but it's a real like what's that joke? Like the guy who joins the company, gets hired, closes 1 pull request, and then quits again. So I feel like that was kind of me with some community stuff where I'm like, I just kind of want to do like these things, and Rio handles all the important things, so I've been able to do some of the fun stuff, and yeah, we'll just add to that. So this is support, and Rio covered it a little bit, but I had a quick look at the support inbox since I've had active access. So that's 8 months worth. About 610 email reports. So if you work it out today, you know, what, 3 or 4 a day.
You mean like user report,
So this is emails has been reported by,
Yeah.
my search.
and like a lot of those are now include like 30 users per, like you want Japan.
I did kind of try account for that. So yeah, some of them and some, and a lot of replies.
Yeah.
So well, how many today? I saw some, maybe 4 this morning emails come through. So just so, oh, okay, that's not right. That should be like 405, I think, from Chaban. So thank you. 2 at 3 a.m. today. And pretty much all of these are handled like on the day. So I'm just watching it and I just leave them and read it. So I just wanted to really acknowledge that I've never seen, you know, support handled like that in really difficult cases as well.
Yeah.
I think another one doing right now.
Does very good support that.
Really, really good. Yeah, looking at them, you wouldn't know it, but I mean,
The support ad is actually something I'm really proud of because we will answer emails in whatever language gets thrown at us.
yeah,
And we don't have to relate to Google Translate, resort to Google Translate very often.
yeah,
Right, well, like Yvonne and Zaz handle the French speakers, I handle the German speakers. Javier does the Spanish speakers, that covers a lot of ground,
yeah.
right? It's like, who does that? And we respond to emails on a fucking Sunday.
Like what I do like about this whole how this will work, so it's like situations where like someone gets banned and then they wrote support to complain about the ban and it's like, hi, it's me, someone else.
Yeah, to clarify, not support, I guess, but user reports.
Yeah.
Support specifically.
Yeah.
All right, and then I just thought I'd go through our channels. If everyone's not familiar, this is what we've got. So we've got YouTube, 340 subscribers, couple of thousand views per month, give or take. Forums, massive. I mean, 5,500 posts last month. I don't even know if that was right, but that's what Discourse did. So that's
And it's summer,
sorry.
and it's summertime, it's less activity.
Oh, right, yeah. So, yeah, I don't know, but definitely our biggest channel, which is great. That's great. Point of view. Blog, that's pretty standard every month, 1,300 visitors. Reddit's not very busy, but we really only started, pushing that. So like, it's not a big, and it's more, some of these channels are nice to haves.
We haven't been pushing that, we don't link to that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, pushing, it's more if someone searches it on Reddit, they don't end up in someone else's crappy page, so they end up in ours,
Are you sharing your screen?
And if anybody else would like to jump in and Mr. Prince Monday on our list, that would be great.
I was disappointed yesterday. There was no MetaBrainz Monday on Mastodon. My phone was the only one.
I haven't posted Mastodon yet, but I posted on Reddit.
Okay. Blue Sky, 17 followers. Yeah.
I didn't say.
And they got Mastodon, it's got 80 followers, which is actually, again, not bad considering it's one blog post, recently. And then we compare that to Twitter, who's obviously been around for ages and is more mainstream. I don't see us dropping this anytime soon.
Screen's still not being shared.
Boom. Watch that. Let's stop.
I think not now, no, that was showing. What happened?
Yeah, you should be set now.
Oh, sorry. Did I press yes instead? Okay.
That's what I'm showing. Discord's an interesting one. It's not an official channel. Similar to Reddit, it's a little bit of if someone's going to create it, we may as well keep an eye on it. But I'll dig more into that later. IRC, I didn't have time to check the usage. I did this morning, but IRC is the other pretty big one.
91 users connected at the moment.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, that's not bad, is it?
So there's actually more Discord people and IRC people already.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Youth nowadays.
I know, yeah, they don't.
Might be nice generally, everybody know oh shit. Is he the executive director?
Oh, I better check out that one. All right, yeah, I won't go on too long for each one because I'm just trying to get a quick overview. If anyone's got questions, I can look into it. So I thought interesting on YouTube, this was the views last year. Does anyone want to guess what that blue one is?
Your videos.
Oh, well, so each one's a different video. So that's a specific one, but it is, what is MetaBrainz Picard? So I guess we had a few comments and the algorithm picked up on it. Where to the point where if someone searches Picard, it pops up. So that's probably the difference. If I type in what's MetaBrainz, I get some other people talking, but yeah, quite a few hits on that. On the blog, this is the country, so I just put up some stats that might be interesting. The States mainly, and then India, the obvious great work with GSOC and, you know, a bit of activity there.
With the search on YouTube, maybe the mobile app, we should call it Barbie. So when people type
Barbie, yeah. Onto, yeah, Barbie movie app. Malaysia, do we have GSOC students from there? Or is that just scanners or something? I don't know. And then thanks to everyone writing posts. This is more than I thought. You know, there's quite a lot from our GSOC students as well, or as people who started authoring, I should say. And this is kind of interesting. This is where people are coming from. So yeah, at least for me, this stuff's really interesting. So not much from search engines, and we can see a lot of traffic from summary code. Okay, the Discord. I just wanted to say there's really good vibes on Discord. I really appreciate that community. I don't know if it's the platform or just the age group or what it is, but it's just really cool to see positive, really positive people having fun. Because the forum sometimes it's like
Calling us grumpy old assholes.
Myself included.
Speak for yourself.
And this morning, Afro boosted the server, which I'm still not sure what it means. We get like to use animated icons or something. But for this user, they're paying $10 a month just to have like more emojis on the Discord, just because they like MetaBrainz. So like, you know, stuff like that's pretty cool. We've got these youngsters that are like, I don't know how old Afro is, I'm assuming. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Just want to follow up. I deleted all these other icons. I saw that Philip had, which was good. I just put one here, so I'm gonna have to. Everyone else still had all the icons on their presentation. I have to have a box that explains. They're just there to use.
Almost put to the guy yesterday after the second time.
I did delete them.
You did?
They did.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like they would have fit the correct, you know.
Oh, right. Yeah, well done. Yeah. Any questions on socials? You know, some.
Well, yeah.
Facebook.
Yeah. But what's the point of Facebook? We want people to look at it, to have access. But yeah, like, you know, like one thing that.
Why would you want to post on Instagram?
Because of the engagement, one thing.
No, what would you want to post?
I would like to post some reels maybe,
Some reels?
reels. So basically the short videos.
Of us like just spending time on a computer and just doing this.
I've seen a lot worse shit on there.
Well, I mean, like, if you start doing more of your fun editing things, you could put reels of that.
Yeah.
If you have explosions, maybe.
Yeah. So basically, the fact with reels is that you can have like short videos of what you are sharing. So let's say, hey, you want to tag your music? Yes, Picard. I use this. You have like a quick walkthrough in like 10 seconds. and in the caption you link to the actual project and a bigger video.
So you making reels,
I don't make too many reels,
but like, you know,
my friends.
yeah, no, so like more channels is, you know, I like that and it was my job for a while. I was doing social media, like more or less full time, and like, this is a lot of channels to be doing. I already have quite a lot of my week kind of sucked up just doing like keeping tabs. So that's largely the reason why it's like a channel that needs new content. To do a really good reel, it takes me 2 hours and we want to do 2 a week, you know, to make it really nice. And we already don't leverage most of these. You know, we could be doing a lot of YouTube videos. We could be doing a lot of specific kind of Reddit things. We could be doing, you know, more like graphics for our outfit for these 3. So yeah, I totally agree, but it's time. But if you want to help,
I think we should categorize the target audiences. Like, I'm not sure why we are on Blue Sky, for example. Like, I don't know like why I would be on Blue Sky because
It's automatic because Facebook will take us to.
but like, so yeah, so to me, posting the Blue Sky takes an extra 10 seconds.
okay,
Right.
that's
Yeah,
it.
that's
I
good.
think this guy, because like we're trying to stake our spaces for where do we go after Twitter/X. It's
Okay.
completely
Yeah,
irrelevant.
yeah. So
We're just trying to guess as far as like, what is that new property? So we want to be there and make sure we get our.
and like Mastodon is good for us because it's nerds that really like open source. So that's really good. And that's pretty good uptake just from basically being sharing among themselves. But again, even for these channels, we don't do what we should be doing, which is sitting down and being like, who's the audience? And we're going to tailor. We don't do that at all. I just put everything to these. And if I've got time, I might do something on the others.
Like, I can talk for Reddit. Like, for example, I and most of my friends use Reddit for development related talks and like
Yeah.
finding the right channels and talking to people. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, it's
So
no-
like the community, no, like the community, like you can share your projects over there.
So I'm already meeting with Archer about social media later, and if anyone else wants to join, with a little
Just like one comment is that the only way I can see us getting enough content for an Instagram account is if you actually call it Instagram, like MetaBrainz shit posting, and you let the Discord people just post memes into it. So that might work.
to be honest, yes, that'd be great. And Reddit is
Some of
ideally
us probably
like that.
shit post.
Reddit ideally, we can start some stuff and other people, but it's, you know, it's hard to force things to go viral, force users to come on, you just kind of gotta.
I think like the only thing, yeah, like you could tell them like
Yeah.
if you want to, if you're interested in something like this, we can work on it. If
Yeah.
you're not done,
There used to be users posting video of them editing data and music brands on YouTube.
Yes, cool.
So
Music brands people.
you can, I don't know, but you can have people posting that in shorter videos, like if it's a format that fits for Instagram or TikTok.
Yeah.
This conversation
Yeah.
is no longer.
Oh, do we have any other questions that aren't asked us? Anything else? No? All right. Well, I think this is really- Oh, that's fine.
what's actually expected of this brain support nowadays, because like,
Yeah, let's make another session.
yeah, sure, there's very little action right now.
Okay, do we have any other updates that we need to talk about? Anything else?
I think that was the.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for all the amazing presentations. Really, really high quality. And including learning some stuff about like the social media icons that those can be grouped before we did. We already, like, most of us did that. So now it's time for us to actually come up with the agenda for the rest of the summit. Does somebody else want to write on the whiteboard? Because my writing is shit. You guys can deal with my writing if you want. But so what we do here is turn this off. Because this is not really gonna be helping us. You want to do the writing? Okay. So, Parava, your ideas for topics that we need to discuss.
It would be useful to have this.
Yes, so somebody take these and the agenda items and start writing them, reading them off.
Can you increase the font size?
Yeah.
Yeah,
We have one already.
Internationalization.
Yeah.
So just wait.
So it's
Yeah, we don't need to really introduce any of these topics, so. MD forum submission 12?
it was website GS in MetaBrainz. Yes, issues with that.
I already put this music brain specific thread. None of these topics.
The prompt submission flow is also relevant to Picard and user skills.
Okay, but that's still kind of the music.
It's music brain stuff.
Maybe
Yeah.
the mission brands. It could also.
Forum submission.
Maybe this is, for example, from the Wikipedia articles. It's like things like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's most music brains.
It is search, certainly the music brands topic.
Yeah.
I
Search.
guess probably the same for the search upgrades.
Well, that requires some help, possibly, but yeah.
Would be search upgrades. So we have proactively dealing with spam accounts. So just say spam accounts.
Some accounts.
And
Which one?
it's all just music brains or do you spam in listen where
It's gonna be for everything.
Yeah, for everything. Then we have workflow for security alerts. Say security alerts. Security alerts. And then we have the same workflow for service alerts.
Code signing? Yes, it's the service alert. Or code signing. No, this one thinks so. Okay. Event art archive and book art archive, book cover archive. State of the music industry. Yeah, spoiler, it's shit.
Hey, I want
Do we need an actual?
listen to that one.
Then we have Oauth Migration update.
Oh, that's the title. Oauth Migration.
Survey findings. Next year's summit. For that. And then OSS donations, community donations.
And something about dancers and music break.
Does it make sense just for dancers and music bands?
The Discord people were asking for it.
Community donations.
Storing dancers and music. Yeah. Those answers.
Okay, other topics that are not on the list yet, let's not do the hack sessions.
No.
The plan is, what I'd like to see happen is for us to finish the plenary sessions by the end of tomorrow. They'll leave us 2 days for hacking. Because now there have been a few topics about hacking and so forth. Now, otherwise, I think we'll go insane if we just sit here talking for 5 days straight.
Yeah.
So what other topics do we have other than the ones that are on the whiteboard yet?
I think that's a good number.
Okay, that's easy enough.
only.
So we can already see that. We can already see that this is basically a breakout session, MetaBrainz breakout session. Right? Because that doesn't really, those particular topics don't really impact with book rights, for instance, very much. EAA and BCA, are those
Overall archive.
for plenary discussion? Is that necessary?
Well, you know,
Isn't even a discussion about the hack
I
time.
don't know, we talked about it.
What do you mean?
We needed to sit down for like 30 minutes and formalize
Okay.
what we discussed, what we need to move on. And
Sure.
Let's move that as a hack session then. Right, because it doesn't need discussion, but actually doing stuff.
It's the demand from some users and
yeah, sure.
it's just a discussion.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if there is anything actionable.
There's nothing directly actionable, and I don't think there's much discussion.
Defining
Yes.
I don't have anything.
I think everyone agrees cover art for book bringing would be good, and the archive is already.
And it will be really good to have a clear list of things that we want from the archive because we're going to find meetup.
Yeah, I mean, the community brought things like this up, but I think basically is just, can you get some action going on that, rather than we want to be participants in this discussion online right now, so I think it's fine for we to have session or equivalent discuss session, one session.
State of the music industry, how many people are interested in hearing that one?
I mean, I am
One,
interested in
two, three. Okay, now let's just do that as a plenary.
how much are you willing to say on cam, and how much would better be told as a dinner session.
I can talk about the all the public stuff that won't piss off too many people in this section, and then around here I'll talk about all the stuff that shouldn't be talking about
I
live.
don't mind doing live beeping.
Let's either do them, just like take a picture of you standing there and just do 15 minutes. of all done. Survey findings, plenary, next year's summit, let's just do that as closing comments, community donations, and that's a good meeting. That's all we got.
Quick question, should the next year summit even be part of the talking sessions, will we be talking this on Friday?
Yeah. Got it. It's a closing session. Okay. Anything else we should discuss? Because this might actually go very quickly.
We're actually hoping we'd get it through all of it today and tomorrow in the beginning of the day, and then hack 2.5 days.
That would be great. I would love more hacking and less discussing. It's also amazing that we can do, this level of discussion and, actually say it's like, oh, this is done, that's done, this is done, this is done. During the years when we were doing the next generation schema, that was like, what, 5 years? There were no updates. And it's like, these things we'd like to do in the future, but we didn't because we're doing it just. Right? It was really tough time. So for us to have such a small list of stuff to talk about, wow, really, like we're firing all cylinders.
I mean, the music brains have to prepare a lot of it because we know what we're supposed to be doing very slow.
So it's now 3 and we have just under 4 hours. Does it even matter? Should we just go straight in, skip the MB topics, and then leave some time at the end of the evening for LB or MB for breakouts? Right, so one thing, internationalization goes straight to spam account. Because let's just get it done.
Quick for me.
Okay, internationalization, who brought that topic?
Can we hear the board?
Can someone take a photo of the board?
Sure. I'm using.
I feel like some of the stuff, we're still working on from last summer.
Oh, yeah.
And we're moving forward, and we know where we're going. And it doesn't really warrant having a lot of progress about the. Well, it's gonna be an update, you know what I mean, it's probably. Yes, we are not the authors, like that, we don't need to make it. Well, that's a done with the other discussion. Yeah. Yeah, because it's gonna stay a lot about
I've been trying to
MetaBrainz.
not to bring it up every presentation, because it's always been, it's like people are saying like, oh, I'm working on this, and somebody think that, or listening to that, but yeah, I think
So what we have is a Weblate instance that is maintained by the Weblate team. We are paying for it. And many benefits over from using before. Like now we have a single sign-on, so people with MetaBrainz account, but it was can be the case with MetaBrainz when we do it all. They can just go translate the software they want without having to create a new account, and the people that are translating are part of the community as well, so they know what's the point of the software that's translating. Some other benefits are the glossaries. Before it was dispatched, we still have to do some cleanup in the glossaries, but basically it has to have the same thing translated the same way across projects.
Across projects.
Across projects and programs, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can share, for example, with in MetaBrainz with some resources from the database that are used as well in Picard and probably in MetaBrainz as well, like the name of the relationship
Countries we have and the relationship attributes.
Yeah, that can be countries for policies. Yeah. But in distant brands, if you're using the same country policies, you can visit. Yeah.
Sorry, I get lagged out for a second there. So is that we can use the same word translation, the same term across the different projects? Is that not?
Yeah, like for example, if you have police, it's a pretty generic, but say the specific meaning in MetaBrainz, and so you can have an explanatory paragraph attached to the word in the glossary that explains what it means, and so you have the translation, and you can also explain in the target language why is it translated this way and not another.
Okay, so in Picard, if I change a word in the translation, that word will can also be changed in the translation of MetaBrainz, or is that different to the glossary?
It's slightly different.
Okay. So yeah.
But I can maybe say a bit about that because I have already looked at this pretty much with the Picard project. You have different ways how translations can be shared. Right? What Ivan just mentioned is the glossary. So we have defined a list of terms, maybe like release or returning or names like MetaBrainz and so on. And you can have a glossary that is shared between different projects, so they all access on the same glossary. For example, for Picard, it makes sense to also use the MetaBrainz glossary, because many terms are used there. But Picard also has a separate glossary, because some terms are just specifically known. Yeah. Another thing is that it's possible to reuse translations. Like we have a common translation memory system. And if you're translating, let's say Picard, you will get suggestions of similar strings or the identical strings that are maybe coming from MetaBrainz or MetaBrainz or something. And it's also, but I'm not quite sure how this works across projects, but it's also possible that you get auto update. So it works at least inside one project. So let's say in both MetaBrainz and Picard, we have multiple translation components, so separate parts of the complete application that needs to be translated. And if you update a string in one of them, it can automatically transfer to the other.
So if you had signing page, but you also have that in some other part of the web page.
Yeah.
Changing it in one would also change it.
Yeah, but I think that only works inside one project.
I don't know if I can tell, because the component can be shared, the glossary can be shared at no projects, because projects.
You can also set up explicitly this automatic translation if you want to. So I would be careful.
Other benefits, we have quality checks. So, for example, there are some formatting issues in the translation compared to the original string. It can be detected, and it avoids the server to crash. To deliver the page, we have had this issue, or to block the compilation of the JavaScript processes. And in Picard, it can
we also have a couple of cases where it was crashes in the past, right? You have a string with a couple of placeholders, and they're expected to be all there and to be filled. And then they are written wrong or forgotten or something like that. And then the
translated instead of
during runtime, right? When Python tries to replace everything, it just crashes. And we had a crash that we fixed this year in the Finnish translation, for example, right? A user reported just it's crashing all the time. Yeah, for the translation, it was only crashing when you're using it in Finnish.
So there is a lot of tuning we can do. We didn't explore all of it yet. And the glossaries have to be cleaned because they've just been imported from Transifex, but actually a lot of its content have been arbitrarily entered. So it's not relevant anymore. We started cleaning it up. You can have glossary terms just for the language or for F1. And we just try to have terms for F1. And it's for translator, so it's not documentation, it's just for translating. What else we have in Weblate? We have comments we had already in Transifex, so we have to be more responsive with this. I saw that Salvo already entered a few comments and about the source string themselves. There is a way to mark when it's so for the developers, it means that you should go sometimes to the Weblate or check the emails from there to see if there are comments about the source strings that you submitted. Yes.
So do we need to be careful then that every project has someone that they know to check, or will you have an overview anyway that you can see? Is there a risk of things being missed?
I think there is dashboard. You have to log in and see. When you are doing a release anyway, usually you can log in and pull the translation which have not been pushed to the repository. So there are a few actions to do to check what's going on. You can check also comments that have been left. And yeah. Additionally, I did create new pages in the wiki. There used to be pages for internationalization just for the music brand server, but I did one for almost every project that is using translation. So there is Picard, there is MetaBrainz website, which it's not enabled, but they're already it's already using the micro to translate everything, so it's able to generate the file for translation. I worked a bit on the code to make it work, but it's just working a bit. And critical brands as well as it, but it needs to be migrated to Weblate. Yeah. So on Transifex, the translation are frozen, so the user can't add more changes. The only changes are going to Weblate now. On the wiki, there is one page to present the general thing about internationalization. And it means how the software is available to people in their own language, but also how you can handle the data which is in another language. So there are several little things. And so there is a page for each project, and there is a page for each language. The page for project, so if you are translating a specific project, then you have to know the specific things about it, which component is more needed, and if there are special attention to pay. And the page for languages are intended to help coordinating translator together, because very often there is a turnover. Translator can be active for some period of time, and then another can take over, but it doesn't know necessarily which choices have been taken, or if there is some background behind. For example, in French, we had a Canadian translator, so there were a lot of terms that are not common in French in France, but that explains why it's like that. And you can also share resources like dictionaries and tools to help with your specific language. So the big page for languages are outdated because it's mostly from the time it was for music brand server only, but there are still the resources can be useful, and it has to be invested by translators themselves. We have to bring translator to the wiki, but the wiki is open to editing to anyone as well. We don't have a single sign okay, on the wiki. We have to create an account manually. How does it work?
I think so.
Yeah. No.
And then you get a pop up.
Hmm?
And then you get a blank. Then you get a blank.
Okay, so
Actually, I wonder, like, if we could get single sign-on on the wiki, then probably we could take it to that and make the rate of distributed pop up.
so in Weblate with the music brand server, Picard, the Picard USW as well, which are already working. We have list and brands Android, which is soon available.
You just set it up before.
Yeah. And on the way, we have brands and the website MetaBrainz.org. So we have a few projects that are not translated at all. Yes, I think
book brands
and list and brands.
which will have will be starting from scratch.
But it's
So
not yet.
Google Alright, and in instrument there is no macro in the code as
I
well.
don't think so.
So
I'm pretty sure.
this one, the code is ready for being migrated to Weblate, but they are not yet. But it's a very little code to be done.
Would it make sense to try and set up the brains and the brains before the migration to Weblate, or would it be more smarter to wait until after, or does it not matter?
But basically, already migrated.
It doesn't matter, actually. We
Oh,
can.
migration is done?
Well,
Yeah,
basically,
you
can
can
now
do
do it.
language.
Excellent.
You can do it anytime because you don't depend on the platform to write the macros and produce
easy
the
process.
POC files.
So the first step will be anyway,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
implement
create-
localization
yeah,
inside of,
yeah.
your brains, and then it can be activated as a
That's
project.
gotta be a lot of
for the
work.
projects.
Not just for another project.
We're done this afternoon.
I wanted to ask how you currently, I mean, they have regular credit frame implemented them. Because if it does, then maybe you can also react or is credit frame type.
Yeah. So we have also the glossary is in progress to be, but it's the main task. I think the rest is to have something that works because the glossary is a component like others, so it counts in the percentage of translation. So if we don't have meaningless entries in the glossary, it's regular.
But it does not actually affect other, if you are translating in French or German or something, it doesn't affect you by because it's only the English.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's a little bit of a nice part.
And hopefully they are not in terminology terms, so they are not shared in languages. Yeah, for Weblate, but it's and for the wiki, so we have project pages. So we did we made the project pages for the six projects already, so it's good. And we just have to add just as we add a project to the. You can add them before and say there is no translation at the moment. Stop searching. And the other thing in the wiki is language pages. And they are outdated, so they have to be completed. Like I know the French page, for example, there is a good list of resources that are useful, but there are some old glossary terms that have to be removed.
Can all of that be moved to Weblate?
They have to be moved to Weblate, yeah. But we should start with cleaning up the glossary and then capture the translation into the system. Yeah. And that's mostly don't use us. That one is that's the only one.
Like, I have a quick question about that bit. Like, so you probably already told me this, but that Weblate that have a place for users to also share the resources, like, you know, it's a good dictionary and this is a good tool for this.
Yeah,
And once we have a language page now, can that also be moved to Weblate then?
in Weblate there is nothing for languages. You don't. That's why we have the wiki page.
Okay.
It's because you have just a small documentation page in Markdown for each component of each project, but you don't have anything with language specific.
Okay.
So we are directing to the wiki. The documentation in Weblate. The description is linking to the wiki where we contain project pages and the language specific pages for. And the last thing we've been working on is the forums. It's to have Someone say.
Internationalization.
Program category. So there is a new category just for that. That can allow people to discuss when there are issues with internationalization. Like Picard is handling a specific script or language for tagging or for the user interface, or it can be about which tool to use for translation. And the other thing is to tags for languages. And we just installed with Zaz the multilingual plugin to Discourse, which should allow us to translate the tags and the category titles. So, for example, if you have a tag for German, Deutsch, and it can be translated to Deutsch, Allemand, and then the user will see the tag translated in their own language. And so it makes it fully displayed in their own language. They can filter by language if they want to help specifically other users with this language.
Yeah.
So it's literal. So that's works. Yep. So we would have to see if we want to have it in Brainz,
We want to.
to have the translation if there is any plan or started work.
There's no plan, but it's definitely something that will need to be done.
Yeah.
For your project.
Is there support, for example, for the language of books in the database? Yeah, so it's part of the internationalization. It's not just the UI, it's also the data. So you can already in the page for the Brainz project mention that you can document the language for each book. Whereas, like in MetaBrainz, we propose a release.
One thing I would like to ask from both bookbreaks on this brands is if you want the people to translate to completion, it's a lot easier, I think, to have the sooner you get it, the less strings you have, the easier it is that someone will get it a big number, and then other people will be like, we can keep this up. It's mostly done. But if you go from straight and you see from scratch, it would be like 10,000 strings to translate, then I think it's going to be a lot harder to get the buyout for that. So I think if it's possible at all, it would be good to have it sooner rather than later.
Okay, so start with the basics, like the menu and
Yeah, make whatever you can translate
and
at
then
once,
move on.
and then, yeah, like, and I would be, for example, I'm thinking, like, go translate bookbreaks stuff, but like, I wouldn't start translating the music and stuff right now because I know that I'm never gonna get anywhere with the time I have available for it at the moment.
The other thing is I'm happy to help in one or two languages to at least to get the ball rolling and get some basic stuff set up.
I mean, and
Maybe that
I'm
helps
happy
too.
to, if you would figure out, for example, how do you need to indicate what strings to translate or whatever, but you're happy to like spend a couple of days just going through the code and adding like, okay, mapping this into translatable.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, that's the kind of like refactoring slow job that they actually like, but I'm kind of stuck with other things. I wouldn't mind dealing with that, but I would need to know exactly how you're going to do it. I mean, I don't know if you're able to use the system we use for our own JavaScript strings. I don't see why it wouldn't work. So we maybe can look into taking that for next day.
Something in TextString.
Yeah, maybe we can look at this month hack days and send you a paid up for one of your Gartner projects, see how it goes.
Yeah.
Session for it.
Yeah.
Is there anyone waiting to speak, or can I say another unrelated thing?
But you're gonna do it anyway, so.
Well, I could wait until later. Okay,
So for grants, I would suggest you look into the bit page for music grants Picard. So it gives some ideas of like you can have a specific syntax that the translator should be aware, not to translate the keyboard shortcuts, things like that. Or when there are placeholder in your string to replace with an entity name, the syntax of the placeholder has to be known as well. Because consider unnecessary coders and it's not always abused.
One thing also to consider is, it was when you mentioned it a little bit earlier, that we can share some things maybe. And BookBrainz probably also has a list of countries, right? Something like that, or a list of languages.
Yeah,
And the MetaBrainz Summit project has a list of countries and list of so it's a separate component right now. Maybe you can find some way to actually import these translations into BookBrainz and reuse them there instead of having another list of this. That is what we do for Picard, right? We import the translation files from.
You copy and duplicate it.
Basically we duplicate it. We have the job in our source code, so we can. Translations. But we are not putting them up again for translation in a separate project on Weblate, but we just use what is already.
I mean, if other projects are going to use the MusicBrainz list, we will probably move them to like share or generate or something section of, but make it clear anyway in Weblate that they are tied to all projects other than being part of right?
So what would be nice is to have a roadmap with actionable items. So we can have a blog post to invite users to participate once the things are clearly presented, because if it's messy and they come in, they're lost, they won't correct them. So yeah.
So two questions. One is I forget, did you already introduce Weblate in the blog? We did, right?
No,
not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, so is there anything that we still need to do for the MusicBrainz and Picard projects other than just be here is Weblate, here's how you use it, before we can post a blog post and tell people to just go?
Yeah, for example, the glossary.
Yeah.
So the list of things that we should.
Yeah, okay, so let's do that. Things now. Yeah.
So there is the glossary.
Yeah.
There is a glossary for each project.
Yeah.
So obviously there is one for MV.
Yeah.
Picard has one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how was specific.
That's okay, because it was created freshly. So what we did when we did the transfer from TransFX, we exported the glossary terms from TransFX and tried to import them into Weblate. It was a little bit difficult because it's not just.
That's why I waited.
But that is also a bit.
So I waited.
Yeah. But so we only had this one glossary basically, and maybe for critique points as well. So
each project should have a glossary anyway.
So if we want to open, we need to have at least one project ready. So MusicBrainz Picard, for example, but it depends on the MusicBrainz glossary anyway. So I will put MusicBrainz and MetaBrainz websites apart, because we can start without having them public. But I think the glossaries are pretty small for this two projects, so it should be easy to do. So yeah, it's mainly removing all the terms that are not relevant, making sure to have the relevant terms shared across all languages, and
I think otherwise we are good to go, right?
But there are hundreds of terms in the English glossary at the moment, and there are hundreds of terms in many languages. So I think there are thousands of terms to be cleaned up, to be reviewed.
Okay, so maybe if we can
So it's-
tomorrow or the day after, you can show us how to clean up a glossary a bit, and then we can maybe start working on that.
Yeah, we should have that's making even.
Yeah, because I wouldn't mind also looking into that, but I have no idea what I'm doing. I have to open the glossary thing, and I'm a bit confused. So. And after that, before we make it public, we should
project pages, I think it's mostly good.
I think it's good for the pages or for the projects you currently have.
Yeah.
Now that Action has
If
the
you-
friends and everything, it should probably also do that.
So we did it with Philip mostly, and Bob also contributed for the Picard user guide.
Yeah, Bob did the most work on the wiki page for the.
He did most, yeah. So if you start contributing to the glossaries or things like that, you have to the project pages to make sure that we didn't miss anything or that it's understable by someone else than us.
And after that, then
And the language pages have to be contributed by the main translators. So currently there is no page for German, for example, or for Dutch. But they are very active. Dutch is the most active language. Italian has a page, but it's not used. No page is currently used. But we don't have other way to share information among the translator for the same.
I think the reason they're not being used right now is mostly because it's mostly has been one person per language, so no one has felt a need to do
Yeah,
this.
but
If you
it's
don't do
not
this, you
really
don't get more people for the language. So yeah,
Because our silent launch of Weblate is so successful, we already have a translator in Spanish.
Sure, I mean,
For example.
I entirely agree with you.
Language pages. And do you have a assignment, the idea of how to reach the translator? You can just mail them directly, but we can also use community forums. I don't know.
Can that like plug in new users, like completely new translators?
Yeah, I mean, current one as well. Yeah.
What we should do is put an announcement up on Transifex then.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
right now they are just all the translations are the same, so you cannot translate. Nice fun fact is that Transifex just shows everything as 100% complete now.
And we have on the forum.
Because you can't translate it.
Because
Oh, it's done.
that's cool, right? And yeah, we can set up an announcement there once we have the blog post. I guess that's the
So yeah, we've already talked, me and Ivan have already talked about this, but what I want to see is when we announce it to also have something to instructions or something. Because for me, I don't know, maybe other people find it easy, but I kind of struggle clicking straight through to Weblate. I don't really understand the interface. So you know, I think sharing it's no problem. It's just I want to make sure that, you know, and a few people have asked for a walkthrough on translations.
Yeah.
But I don't actually know. how.
There was
So-
also the intention to have an event to introduce to translate using the translation interface.
Yeah, but I think the blog,
So-
we should make a blog post that we can then share, and that should have at least the basic steps written.
Yeah.
And then we could be like, you know, we have an event, also live event, come watch if you want to see the action, and we
And
can
then
maybe,
before,
you can make reels from that.
I just want, yeah, I just want to do a YouTube. walk.
Sure,
Yeah,
that for sure. Well,
Yeah, so,
Yeah.
but yeah, we've got the channels, so letting people know is not a problem. It's just like, just shooting out a link to the new thing might not quite do the job. But if we can onboard them, you know, maybe.
Bob wrote something interesting on the chat, and he says, remember, there's a significant scope difference between translating strings for an application for a user guide. And there is, and I would add there's a scope difference also for different components of the project, right? For example, for Picard, we have translation of the user interface strings themselves, but then we also have the translation of the Picard installer, the Windows installer part. And if you want to get started actually with translating, and we have added that information to the Picard wiki page as well, then I would recommend a new user to actually start maybe translating the installer, right? It's a very limited scope. It's only a couple of strings to translate. What you can also do in Weblate, and I've done that for many places in Picard already, you can add screenshots to give some context about what you're translating. I've done that especially for the installer, so it's a very easy way to start. And maybe we can guide new translators also a little bit to specific projects, because you should probably start with specific components on specific projects to get a hang on how Weblate is working and how to translate before you jump into something where you are totally lost and you are not.
I think that should start with the glossary for having a canvas that can use for the rest. But it might not be the easiest part.
I think it's not the easiest part, because translating or defining, it's more defining, right? Defining the proper terms for a glossary often requires that you already have some understanding how specific terms are maybe already used in existing translations. So I think that comes with actually translating a project, that you get a more experience and more insight how the glossary should look like.
Just to give an idea, in the MetaBrainz projects, there are 2,300,000 of words to be translated.
Start now.
There's also a step of verification by users now.
Yeah, so
Checking
but it's not
the-
so. As we said, there are many languages with only one translator active at the moment, so there is no point to have a review process.
Well, my point is that there's.
No, but
Some users might not want to do translation, but they might be okay to check if the things.
if there are users showing up, we turn it on.
You can also
You
set up.
can turn it on per project, I think, maybe per language.
You can set up an entire review process, but I'm not sure right now, but I think you can only do it per component, but you cannot limit it to specific languages. So if you set this up, it's enabled for all the languages, and
That's okay.
yeah,
But
there's a bit of a
you
problem
can
here because
reviews. You can already mark that a string needs editing, for example, because you're not sure of it, or you can leave comments saying I translated, but I'm not so happy with it. If someone wants to check, so it's already possible, but it's not mandatory, because otherwise we will not have
That's okay.
information.
if you have
Possible, but not mandatory is what I have in mind.
The interesting thing is when people are leaving comments to the author of the source message, so to the developers. And for this, the Weblate is not ideal for the follow-up of the discussion. Maybe it should be shifted to a ticket or to the forums, but I think the conversation is probably not easy. Yeah, we didn't experience it so far, but
It's not easy to have the conversation on Weblate.
yeah, there is a way to mark the comments as a result, but apparently it has to be the user itself. You cannot set as someone who replied.
no, it can also be the maintainer.
So it's a bit of moderation work for the developer who is maintaining the project to look at the comments.
I didn't get to find out about the comments. Maybe you said that do we get notified? I mean, they have never gotten an email about the comment, but maybe no one has left any.
Maybe we don't enable notification for because it's in Italian language. So if you're not following the Italian translation,
Yeah, but they expect
but you
as a developer for
Yeah.
to get those.
we'll have to look. I'm sure there is a way to enable notifications. But
I know I got some
as-
for Picard, and it was translated to Italian. The Italian translator left
Yeah.
on the string and said,
so
okay,
maybe you
this was
don't have the permissions or the role that gives you notifications. And yeah, and we have to post on. So for setting online events, we will make a post and invite people to join the event when
I'm not 100% convinced about an online thing. Is this like to walk people through it or
mainly to allow people to ask questions, and we will make summary like notes and post the notes after.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I guess,
as a walkthrough document,
yeah.
it will help making the walkthrough document.
Yeah, my issue is our users don't come to events, like the summit doesn't have attendees, do you know what I mean? This is our biggest event, so that's why I was kind of leaning more towards a static video or something like that, but yeah.
No, but I don't mean not during the summit, immediately.
No, like, I don't think people will join because they tend to not join live stuff. You know.
Yes,
our
yeah,
users,
yeah.
yeah, so I think it's just,
Okay.
we can just discuss
Yeah.
the launch. There's lots of different ways
So-
we can do it.
We will do a live stuff, but
So we
yeah, I'm
we-
live showing it and then
so-
take a recording. But not make them do it live. I don't think that's gonna work.
Just another meeting, right?
Just like do a Twitch kind of thing, but I would think that maybe that's gonna be useful.
Yeah, something video would be nice, in however.
So we have to make the walkthrough before.
For me, I'd like to do the work on that, and then it shouldn't take too long, and then I can post it everywhere, blog posts.
All right. It's before morning. With we may start the glossaries with Harold tomorrow. For the forums, it's us, Harold and me, I guess, or me. And for the wiki, if you have any language, you can look into resources to share. A good brain stage, the Eastern brain stage. And the for the app as well, mobile app. Yes.
We have also prepared a documentation basically for you, right, how to set up things on
Yeah.
that you work.
We notes how to set up a new project.
Yeah, just when we did that with Akshat, we noted that it's not totally up to the task. Yet it's good for Ivan and myself to understand what we need to do because we know the process, right? But it's lacking a lot of the intermediate steps. So we will update that.
So we have a few languages starting up in. We mentioned it about negative innovation. We have more languages enabled for translation, but not enabled on the website for musicians because we only show what is usable. But in the Weblate, you can already translate in some other languages.
Yeah, I think.
What is next on the?
One thing I wanted to ask.
No,
Whatever, I'll you do it in a half day, whatever.
Yeah, just the timeline. In clearing the board, you can.
Okay, so I want to say that we have a problem for some languages where the MetaBrainz we're just using the same string. If it's the same string, even if it means different things, we really need to figure out a solution for that because it doesn't work for languages that modify words in different ways.
That's a tip for Google for the web. I guess using written brands and
Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring it up because
we have a lot of improvements in the source strings because, for example, we have some messages that only admin will see, and the admins are English speaking, so that it doesn't have to be translated anyway. And there are some messages that are not clear because depending on the context, it can be can have a different meaning. So we should actually have two strings instead of one. So
basically, we probably need to add like a lot of context to a lot of strings, so that will take forever, but it is important. So when we're doing a product project, it makes sense to have the context at the beginning. That's what I
for spammers?
So are you going to talk spam brains, or should I talk spam, or how do we do it?
You can do both, yeah.
Okay. So I can talk about what we are struggling with, and you can talk about what we.
Those are, yeah,
with it.
so
That's
those
both
are
easier.
two things. Currently it's mostly music brands. I don't think there is any spam listen brands.
We have a different kind of spam.
Yeah. So you have some kind of spam,
Yeah, but it's a completely different nature of spam.
and that's it. Critical brands.
There's some, and
And
we'll talk about that one.
So,
Yeah.
so in
We'll
music
get famous enough to get spammed on water.
with admin UI, that helps finding about suspicious behaviors, and also editors can report spam. And we have campaigns, which is what's yes, which consists mostly of having a report for each entity, and you can report the users, but here you can report anything like a release, and yeah. So just some tables to get it. Link. Yeah.
So yeah, like I think I will talk a bit about the issues we're seeing with spam, and then you can talk a bit about what spam brains now does, and then we can try to put the two together and figure out what else we need to have there. Maybe. Basically, the editor report, well, the admin UI and editor report thing we have kind of talked about yesterday, but like you can summarize, basically, we have people, especially Japan, but not only, that just see new editors adding spam. Usually it's a place with a spam link and they report it. That takes a ton of time right now for me to clean up manually every day, and it takes a lot of time for them to report. So one thing I want to talk about spam specifically is about how we can automate as much of that as possible. Not necessarily delete the spammers automatically, because like sometimes there are false positives even when humans are reporting them. So obviously that's going to be false positives with anything more automated than that. But if we can get more automated ways to help deal with spam, like, so that would mean if some email provider is mostly spam accounts, flag everything that comes from there as possible spam for like automatically report them basically. If things are coming from IPs that have had a lot of spam, automatically report that. That would already be a good start. And other things that we probably could use in that regard are the ways to multi-set of spammers, like a whole set of users at once, and a way to automatically delete people from the forums and possibly other places. Like, I don't know how we want to do it in like BookBrains and other places once they're marked as spammers. I mean, I'm bringing all this up because if we're moving to Oauth and MetaBrainz users, I expect we want to have like a more general approach to all of this, rather than me at MusicBrainz kind of ad hoc deciding how I want to do stuff and creating my own tools and tables. So that's why I thought I would maybe have a small discussion about this.
Is online?
And maybe Simon can let us know what kind of spam we're getting with BrainZ, because I know that you have dealt with that. I haven't.
No. BrainZ gets quite a lot of spam. We have basically a few active users that write really cool reviews that I love to read. Yeah, and then we just have a lot of one-off people. It's generally, honestly, like African countries. I don't know what it is, how they find BrainZ, but they're just giving themselves 5-star reviews. In the Middle Eastern as well. I guess it means BrainZ is turning up in some searches, which is nice.
Actual artists? or are they like just random? And because a lot of spam we get in MusicBrainz is like CEO spam kind of thing, where basically they will be like, I'm a Bangladeshi entrepreneur. And then they will actually add themselves to MusicBrainz, but they don't actually have anything to do with music. So how is it?
Yeah, no, it's a little bit more like almost, you know, I understand it because this usually is an indie artist and often very young. And their review name is the same as the artist name, and they give themselves 5 stars. They're like, this artist is really good. You know, like, and I'm like, okay.
How many Instagram?
And sorry?
How many Instagram?
Huh?
So that can be how many?
A homonym.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a coincidence. They have nothing to do with their.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I mean, on some, if they've written a self-review, that's kind of legit because our rules are loose and nobody really reads critique brains. Usually they get removed because the AI or copy from another site or there's links in it. But if they self-write a review that's actually a review, like whatever, honestly, I might just leave it. We don't actually have a rule against self-reviewing anyway. So, but there is, the volume is substantial. Like every week I just look and there's like another, like maybe 60% of the reviews will just be spam. I just hide it. I don't think it notifies them that it's hidden, which is kind of nice because I don't think if it comes back, we don't really have the UI for it. But
Just to get a number, how many reviews are there overall per week?
let me have a quick look. Because this just reminded me to open it up. So we've got like 18 in the last week. Yeah.
And how many of them were spam?
I haven't checked yet, but it'll be about half, depending on how prolific our real reviews. And if you've got Brainz reviews lately, I mean, there's interesting stuff in there. It's cool, you know, as I'm going through it, I'm like, oh yeah, there's people spending some time.
My worry about this is that right now, oh, okay, if I want to say. No, you had your hand left to say. It's fine. That's my problem about the critique, more about critique brains is that as we move to implement this into MusicBrainz and BookBrainz, and like ListenBrainz, I mean, especially ListenBrainz will give it a lot more visibility and the problem will become a lot bigger. So we're going to think about how to deal with all this spam before we do that. Because the more people are seeing, I mean, like if you have a place where you're like listening to music and then you can get these funny self-reviews, we might actually start wanting to have guidelines against it as well.
Yeah, it's maybe a bit early because we haven't integrated it anyway.
Sure. I mean,
yeah.
I think like maybe we should have a spam in mind while we are actually doing the integration.
Maybe we should characterize the different spam techniques. And like MetaBrainz is reviews. I think there are spam through votes, through emails, through
So is your writing name
would be a web.
readable because my
Subtitles, there are
I mean, so critique brains really is self-reviews is like 90%, SEO 10%, and that's basically it. So for critique brains, it's not very complicated compared to the other projects where you've got a whole mess.
yeah, and there is not a lot of user inputs in MetaBrainz, where there are a lot of interaction in
Yeah, everything's automatically pulled from. Yeah, all it does is show reviews. I haven't had to moderate any comments even. People go and leave themselves a review, AI, whatever, leave.
Yeah.
That's it's pretty.
So, for example, we didn't take into account for SpamBrainz. The idea with SpamBrainz is mainly to learn from the past spam.
Yeah.
To be able to somehow detect. I mean, to give a note.
Yeah.
Give
Things.
because I mean that something may be going wrong. So it will like just learn when you're playing as a spam something. And
Yeah, might be hard.
be automatically doing
Yeah.
reports, but it's not necessarily available. Like it has to be checked manually. And
Yeah, I think it'd be great. Critique brains, I think it's going to be a little bit harder because often it is written, it's not, music brains, you see more patterns, I think, but like discourse, there's a few things that could help, like user typed review suspiciously fast is like something that discourse has got or whatever. Like there's a few things.
Yeah.
I do think critique brains is quite different. It's a little bit different to these other ones in the nature of the span.
So, since Rob went away, Monty, do you know what kind of spam listen brains is getting? What kind of spam listen brains get? Is it just a fake place kind of stuff?
Yeah, what he's thinking about is it's just automated submission, trying to pretend to play music,
Mhm.
to boost stats or something. I'm not sure what their end game is, considering listen brains, probably not what people go to justify how much they're paying artists, but
Yeah.
it might be in the future, so that's going to be more relevant. And we have tools to identify users who have very, very similar listening history as a way to try and find bots who submit the same.
Yeah, so I actually review that every once in a while, and I kind of gave up because the top selections are always basically users that have accidentally, for whatever reason, set up, usually accidentally, set 2 accounts, and that's probably like sending the same listens to both accounts, which means they are actually like, I've actually mailed to some, and they were like, yeah, please remove this one. But a lot of them never answered. I think
people want to try just submitting to listen brains and other importing from master.com or they.
and some things I specifically asked them, like, why are you doing that? And a bunch of them never answered, and the ones who answered mostly were like, oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was doing this. Like, I would happily remove 1 or 2, just like do that.
But we've had a case in the past where we have this user who was using great, yeah, exactly. This type of review on his own work, and also that same user submitting on Listen Brain non-top his 4 or 5 albums in the loop, which could potentially be considered legitimate, but we didn't think so at the time. It's just the artist trying to promote his own thing by pretending to play it in the loop.
we really mind about artists that everybody ignore. I didn't take the.
Sorry?
Do we really mind about artists that
So
everybody knows?
Yeah.
Knows, and they're just inventing the story for themselves.
I think we rephrased the terms and conditions to imply fair use. And fair use sort of pushes aside you trying to gain statistics by using
Yeah, like we kind of care for listen brains, for example, in the sense that we don't want to have whatever random artist in the top.
I'm just gonna name and shame. It was Vision Eternelle, and we had Vision Eternelle at the top of the stats, and we looked at what's this band, unknown band from Quebec.
It's not unknown. It was actually run by a music brain edit, an old school music brain edit.
Yeah.
But
unknown
unknown what? Sure.
Artificially unknown.
Yeah, so they were actually gaming the system.
They were in the top global stats, and that's suspicious. So that's how we found it. But he ended up at the top of the stats of Listen Brains, despite being an unknown artist. By not being fair play.
When you were exchanging recommendations. If you have the same pending, like an artist that's you recommend to each other, and that's then so that
I
guy.
don't understand the question.
I mean, it might be side effects. The fact that it's
No, man,
so
not when you have like. It was very suspicious, and then we looked at the who listened to that user, listened to that artist, and it was mainly that one user.
oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like 99.9% that user submitting his own albums in the loop. But the top stats is going to be, I don't know, Dua Lipa and the Beatles and Johnny Cash, and then this band, you know, and then Prodigy, and then it's like,
One quick question before you do your actual question. Do you have a general idea or a general guess of how much of the forum stuff, because you also check that pretty often, is completely off topic, like buy medicine from our illegal pill store versus how many is like trying to look like a legitimate post? Those are the two kinds of spam I'm seeing mostly, but having like a link to something, like half and half, kind of.
They're pretty smart nowadays. Yeah, maybe half and half, but very rarely will it just be the link with nothing. you know?
Sure. I mean, they say they try to look like a legitimate post, but it will have like a
I
link
feel
to
like
something.
most of them are kind of trying to do that. It's just how good are they? How well are they doing? Like, you know, sometimes
Maybe more of a big thing.
yeah, sometimes yeah, probably.
Okay. Can you take a picture of this, or you're using this? Can someone take a picture of this as to have a general idea of like?
before you do that,
Yeah.
MetaBrainz might end up with some of those other forms of spam. It isn't the case of the moment, but
Sure, I was just saying, that's why I was actually saying we can take a picture now and see next year how much it has changed.
Okay.
So that's why I was actually curious about that. So like,
I think the other avenues for MetaBrainz are.
yeah,
might never
well, the other avenue for most people that it is.
One of them is CriticBrainz, and the other is internal to MetaBrainz, unlikely to be a wide audience.
Simon, do you have an actual question you wanted to ask? You did, right?
I had some input with the ListenBrainz spam, like the listen spams. You know, we can do what we can. We need to be a little bit careful. Monkey, I don't know how much you and Robert talked about this. Like some of that is just nothing you can really do, because as we know from tags, like, and last spam just has this, like, people will group spam legitimately, like 100 people all playing the same artist to get to the top. Like, it is an interesting problem as to gaming the system.
So yeah, so basically like
Spamming.
when they do like the let's get this to the top of the chart
Yeah.
for Christmas, back in last time.
Yeah, it's going to happen. It's inevitably going to happen all the time, because it is a people who are music fans. I don't even know. Kind of against the rules, but
Kind of, but I wouldn't stop fans from going out of their way to promote an artist. And I would consider a bad point against an artist to do that for their own game.
yeah. Oh, absolutely. Unfortunately, can we always tell the difference? And
No.
if we can't, how much should we care and lose sleep about it?
I would argue that like basically if you're someone who's like 24/7 literally playing an artist where you can tell that, you know, they are not actually listening to that. They must sleep in the meantime, but they're still like sending listens and whatever. I would guess it matter to they're malicious, honestly.
So if you're the ListenBrainz spammer at home, be sure to intersect one song every 3 songs, maybe randomly, to make sure that we don't.
Well, I was more thinking like, you know, make sure you actually turn it off for 8 hours so you actually look like you sleep.
I mean,
No, 5 hours, probably the minimum.
yeah, I kind of agree, but like the top listeners in Last FM are people like the very top, because there's people like this bragging rights. They do listen 24/7, and Last FM doesn't really give a shit. And I feel like if they started caring, they would just be giving themselves more work.
But
You know,
here's
like-
another question. Do they listen 24/7 to one artist?
Usually Coldplay,
Usually Coldplay?
stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Well, you know, if they're
it wouldn't be uncommon for them to really smash a million plays of one artist. And like, again, it's like, yeah, do we just accept that our stats will be a bit screwed? a lot of weeks and people need to apply their own. Anyway,
Right.
I find listener brains interesting because we're going to face these problems. And
There's a lot of times it's gonna be on the line. Of
Yeah.
what's fair.
yeah.
Okay, so anyway, we have all to talk about, so we can probably just kind of go move on from here, but we can actually go like, now that everyone has an idea of what kind of spam we're getting, maybe people can like try to come up with some ideas how we could try to do something about it.
I'll just close the project.
I mean, that's an option. I mean, that's probably what we're gonna do with MetaBrainz, for example. But yeah, like just in general, like I mean, I think that the thing we see when we look at this, which I didn't really know before, is to what degree there is absolutely no connection between the spams that the different project gets. So like they're probably that's why I would expect that in many cases they are going to be entirely different users spamming different projects, which I actually thought it was going to be most of the same user. So it's actually interesting for me to learn as a person dealing with that. So I think what this shows is that we need to actually make sure there is a way to report stuff in every project that actually gets into the same place. Because I cannot trust that, like, if I'm on top of MetaBrainz reports, which are the only ones they actually get mailed about, I'm actually gonna deal with people who are coming elsewhere. So, like, one thing I would like to actually take out from this is like, can we actually try to make it so that, especially when we move towards the MetaBrainz Oauth user, that all the reports actually go to one place. I actually like how your new BookBrainz admin stuff looks, maybe like where you have like, you know, the actual reasons why you actually take action, which we right now, I mean, Seth was talking about this earlier about how in MetaBrainz we don't have that. So when I take action in a spammer, all you see is it's marked as spam.
Right.
But all the reasoning that has gone behind that is not actually tracked, or if it is in an email answer. So there is no actual way. So like that's something I would really like to see. So maybe we can like look into this at some point as well together. Like we can try to implement a report function into BookBrainz together that we don't have yet. And combine that. So like maybe take what we've learned about reporting users from MetaBrainz and combine that with like the keeping track of stuff UI you are getting from BookBrainz, and actually I think we will get something good out of that. So that's something I would like to work with you on at some point. Yes. Okay, I think we can move on from now. Like at some point, like I want to talk to you about SpamBrainz as well, but I think that's more MetaBrainz centric right now. That can be a smaller conversation during the hacking time.
So
unless you have some specific to say.
yeah, just presenting quickly that the goal was to serve all projects.
Yeah.
So for pages, I know to how it would be connected to the servers.
For Westward?
For
Fake place.
people taking it into that it will require to make some report of the distance and
Yeah, I mean, you can, for start, you can just report that.
because there should be a way to do a density detector.
Yeah. One thing, by the way, I know that MetaBrainz has a report option because they have seen the reports exist, but no one uses it. So like once we connect that to the actual general Oauth MetaBrainz system, it would be nice to also get, you know, instead of just having a list of dodgy users or potentially dodgy users that they have to manually go and check, which I'm gonna do regularly because if they don't have any way to remind myself of it, it would be nice if the system would just send an automatic report about suspicious users. Like, okay, we have a new pair that we think is suspicious and we're gonna send a report about it.
I think the reports are gonna be, you're playing more than X amount of minutes per week per day.
Yeah.
Things like that, we can probably generate.
Yes, I don't know if you have something, I don't know if that's the tracked in the ticket tracker already or something, but if it's not, maybe you can look into that, or someone who's not using the computer and there can look at that. Yeah.
I forgot there's another thing we should
Yes.
use there are a database online about suspicious URL.
Yeah.
And we can use that for the 80% of
So suspicious URL here means like malware, or does it mean URLs that are known to be used by Tamar. Okay, so yeah, so that would be really useful to have because we have the user bio anyway.
Yeah. And so we can just analyze
Okay, so you like if we run this on a URL table and user bio by no user like URL website, I think we would catch a lot of spammers that way. So yes,
so it's
ticket tracker.
yeah, it's a Google service.
Yeah.
And I think it's free.
Oh, okay.
It's not only Google, but we can access to.
Sure. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, like I don't think that's private.
SPL.
Yeah. Well, this is public information anyway because people's URLs are not private. They have to be public. So like I don't think there's any problem with being Google.
Profile and URL.
Okay. Can you add a ticket about looking into this? I would really like.
Yeah. I already made some tests.
Yeah.
And actually, it's going to have a daemon working on the server container and feeding the SpamBrainz table, which we substituted the SpamBrainz tables made of works.
Yeah.
So actually, SpamBrainz table is like for editor reports.
Yeah.
That's to URL.
Yeah, I get it.
To all the things. So. It's the simple set, and you can have a discussion between the admins and the user that supported the thing.
Yeah.
To get more details and
that sounds good.
And give feedback.
Okay, so there was one more part of
for now it's by email. I'm asking. I didn't report in work, or I didn't. I remember. The feedback you give it by email to the user that reported something.
I give the feedback to the account, the admin mailing list.
Yeah.
And if the user has requested, has not like blocked emails, like you can when you report, you can say like by default check that you can contact me about this, but if they specifically say don't contact me, then I won't tell them obviously. But if they say contact me, then I will also let them know that hey, we did this and yeah.
Hey, so the other end. So I can.
Yes.
There is a kind of spam I don't think we have, but we should be careful with it. The direct messaging to editors in MetaBrainz.
We don't have that right now. We usually have it.
I mean, if someone is spamming, we probably have the editors we can to us. We didn't have them.
Yeah.
So far, except for some people that were in conflicts.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, we only had that when we had an email leak
tools
before.
to monitor that. We don't have.
Well, yes, that actually joins into a different discussion, which is messaging being through an internal MetaBrainz system rather than emails, and that is something I think we need to have anyway. But I understand that Rob is not very keen, so I don't know.
It's private messaging, whereas having a system for public messaging, I think it's just.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, it's going to be private messaging. That I think
even if we have a system for private messaging, we need tools to monitor that as well.
Yes, that's what I mean. Like right now we are unable to monitor private messaging because that's email.
Yeah, but we could do that. We could monitor what we are sending.
Okay, so you mean we should save make a copy of all the emails that are sent to the server?
No. When you're sending a message, it's MetaBrainz server.
Yes, that's I mean, like save a copy of what you're sending.
You can at least take accounts of with.
Oh, so basically you're
sending a message. If you see a user sending
hundreds of messages, yeah. That's a fair point. That's a point. I mean, like that's sort of
the other one I was thinking of.
The
other one I was thinking of is you see that someone's sending the same message to a bunch of people.
Yeah.
That's something that's
a bunch of people. Even if it's a bunch of people already, even if you don't look at the message.
Yeah, like if someone sends like 20 messages a day or more, you might want to check if they're doing anything else. Yeah.
Only exception would be Shabam.
So can you actually have a ticket for that? Because that makes a lot of sense. Simon.
Yeah, you might have already thought about this with SpamBrainz, but there's some places doing it really well, and I've been impressed with this source, with how they manage to catch things pretty well. So I mean, we kind of looked at just ripping off their list of flags or like common flags that other sites use for any of them?
I have not.
Yeah, could be interesting to look at their like 10 things that they monitor for and see what we can.
Are you volunteering? Because I would, if you're volunteering, I certainly wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, if you could do with the list.
I mean, like, I can check what is there and maybe we'll learn something from it.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we done with spam right now? I mean, if people have like more ideas how to deal with it, you can have tickets and maybe link them to the IRC and we can discuss later. But there was one more topic in here originally, but that was about deleting empty editors, which we have been wanting to do forever, but we never actually ran the script they wrote for it. But that's effectively a hacking topic, I think, because we know we want to do it and we need to review the script and run it, so we can leave this for later.
Okay, that was going to be my question that I forgot. We are, and that is removing, let's say, everyone with no edits that's 5 years old or whatever.
So the idea is like the first thing we're planning to do is to delete anyone that has no email.
Yeah.
Because if they have no, and that's longer, I think it's older than a year.
Yeah.
And have no edits and no collections and not using other apps and things like that. And that's actually a lot, and a lot of them are spammers that just logged in, put a biography and whatever, and there's nothing else.
That'd be great.
That is the basic one. Like we probably want to move on from there and also delete other things, like people who like have been not active at all, because there's a lot of spammers who did verify their email, but that's all they did. They still never got active and did anything else. But like that's a bit more complicated situation because that might catch more legitimate users. So we are going really, really, really boring right now. And I think I checked the numbers. I forget it now, but it was a lot, like a lot of users that this would remove already.
Would you send an email to say, hey, your account was going to delete?
Well, we cannot do that for the ones without it, but for the ones with emails, yes, probably. Okay, I think we're actually done with this topic. So.
I'll let you talk for 30 seconds or so until we're actually done.
I mean, unless someone has anything to say, we're done with this topic.
Right.
Okay, we're done with this topic. What next?
Next topic is security alerts.
We're reporting the hardest work is on MetaBrainz. The spammers.
Okay. Will you remind me for the tickets?
Okay.
I didn't take
I can add it myself. I don't remember what it was.
or just make a list of tickets.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Just on IoT. So security alerts. We've had this last year. We have security alerts to GitHub, and sometimes we've made send to support, but it's more help. The issue is we are never sending security alerts, and most of the times they are not relevant to our project. That's there is a vulnerability in the dependencies we are using, but it's not affecting the way we are using the dependency. Like the vulnerability is for the specific case, and it's not matching our project. But reviewing the alerts, it's making sure it's not the case. Like very recently, we had a WebP vulnerability. So it's like any WebP image open in a browser can allow executing remote code. Yeah. So if you have an updated browser issue, but we wanted to make sure that we don't have it in covert archive. Fortunately, we have a ticket for WebP support, which is still open for years. So we are not exposing. And in Picard, I don't know, I think to check whether the library that provide WebP support, which is linked into PyQt binary, is not actually accessible to the use of Picard. But so this check recommended more work to see whether or not it's actually a vulnerability for our system. But most of alerts can be handled much more quickly. Since we were not following the alerts on GitHub, it would be a good idea to have an automation to follow up to the tickets, SCP tickets, and to have someone to say to remind about closing them. But we currently have 70 tickets of them.
How are the tickets currently created?
A lot of.
How are the tickets currently created?
So they are automatically created from GitHub. So we have a webhook configured for each repository. That's creating a ticket and closing and updating when there are changes made in GitHub directly. For any security alerts generated by GitHub. But so I need to check. So there are some projects which are updated regularly, but we also have very old tickets like from 2020. It's been almost 3 years, but most of the tickets, there are only 3 tickets that are not from this year. All other tickets are from this year. But if it's like a 0-day vulnerability, 1 year is not good. I don't know which day you find will be something acceptable to handle the security alerts, but even if it's 1 month, here it is. So how do we find if anyone has maybe to improve the process, shorten the day? Because I've been thinking Mailer, it worked in the beginning, and afterwards, I mean, I don't have time to, and I have been offering help as well to review the alert. I did a few times, but yeah, I can't tell you vulnerabilities for all projects. So.
Are there projects which are accumulating safety issues more than others?
So credit grants, but it's not very developed.
So because
and there are some tickets which are redundant because the vulnerability can be on different version of the same dependency. So once you review the dependency, you can close several tickets at once. Yeah, with the design system, you can have the post if you use.
I noticed few false positive reports. One was about jQuery, I think, and on the Picard website, it was detecting like it was running an old version of jQuery, which isn't obviously not the case. And so I had to close more than once this ticket because it's not doesn't represent a real issue. It's not even, it's not, we are not concerned. It's it badly detects the version of jQuery that is running on this project. So say so in all your tickets, be aware that some of them may have no sense in practice because that's just a false positive.
Then it's very easy to review and to code it.
Yeah, what I do.
Yeah, that's very nice. Yeah. But
so the problem is that there are many reports, but not enough reviewed.
yeah.
I have in my calendar, I have once a month. I put it on a Monday because whatever.
What
I have
about
I have a sec day where I go through the security issues for my project.
There is, for example, there is too much on receiver should not. He has specific brands, he has distant brands. He has yeah, it is. For the design system, I don't know how relevant is it to have a security alert. If it's not, we should disable it. What do you think?
I don't think it's relevant right now because we don't actually use the design system of the dependency anywhere at the moment.
So because all the tickets, if they are not relevant, we should just notice them.
Yeah.
Like we just let's do shit.
What we could do is like a small weekly meeting, for example, to go through all the report and see what to do with them. Something like more a weekly review organized among the maintenance of project to basically close what should be closed and under what we should under, rather than running of people finding out what's you have to solve it.
I would say that, yeah, anybody that stays on top of their security alerts does not have to attend this meeting.
I disagree. This is a systemic problem, and I keep on track of my things, but I have to, like, I don't always do it, and it's not a fail-safe mechanism, and the crowd accumulates pretty quickly. So I'd say doing a bi-monthly or once a month, doing all of us together.
This month is more reasonable, like weekly. It's just.
No, once a week, I don't think that's relevant.
Honestly,
For somebody like, I maintain all my stuff.
it's very quick.
Yeah, we have mostly other.
If the rest of your team is failing at doing it, yes. That means it's a systemic problem, not related to.
And usually
It's relevant to the team. And they're the same.
Okay, I'll get some more thoughts first.
I'm taking care of my husband too.
Let's say.
President also more difficult to review security alerts when he was the only maintainer of the repository, and you should not fear to ask someone else to do the list with you, because sometimes there are dependencies that are used by different projects, so the others already know what's the relevancy of the security alert. Most of the things are true at the same time on different projects.
I haven't run into a security issue that was actually a problem to figure out whether it was. I don't think dealing with the actual issue has been a problem for me.
So
All in favor,
continue to send a reminder for help, or do you want to send it?
all in favor of once a month group team security alert checking? Yeah. That's 1, 2. Reading.
Yeah.
So the second Monday of the month or something.
Why don't we, instead of scheduling yet another meeting, most of our weekly meetings don't go the full hour. So why don't we just say, okay, main meeting is closed, everyone just can go leave, except the project leads can stay on, and we actually now work on open security things.
Well, my experience is that when we have tried to ticket reviews of any sort after a meeting, it has lasted not very long until I started slacking on it and then it went away.
Yeah.
But I'm not against trying it. Maybe this is specifically just project leads looking at this and this kind of like.
I mean,
work situation.
What we can do is to add a number of open security tickets
yeah.
in the agenda of the meeting.
Yeah, we should say we should close the meeting first, right?
Yeah.
And then we have to go on. Hey, Akshay. We should close the meeting first, and then what we should do is go on with the team leads in doing security issues. Because like scheduling yet another meeting, that means somebody has to schedule it, and that will get dropped after they join it 2 or 3 times, right? And then we have another meeting that we must attend to. But we pretty much all already have the regular meeting schedule, an hour blocked off, and we don't always use it. So let's use it for that.
Yeah, I think we are a lot of ticket meetings, so we need a training session, like a meeting where we do the best to take all the whole issue that were on those last month.
I think we
Like,
can think
new issue come with, I think that's only few a week.
yeah.
If we,
So
so.
once a month is good.
Yeah,
It won't be a lot of work.
or once at every meeting, like 5 minutes to check whether there is something to do or not this week. It could be very quick,
And yeah.
I think.
And it's just the alerts sent by GitHub. So there are a lot of dependencies which are not monitored by GitHub. And we have to do our homework, like when for MetaBrainz server, we are looking at curl dependencies sometimes, but I think we don't have a routine to do that. We do it sometimes when we do major updates, but if you have any projects where you think you don't have a security alert from GitHub as well, it's maybe worth looking into this. So having the number of open tickets in the agenda can be a thing, and encouraging people to put them when the meeting is shortened than 1 hour. Will be able time to do it. If you need a monthly session on top of it to, I think if we take like half an hour, it was more than half of the ticket.
Yeah.
So basically, we'll start by trying the meetings thing, and if that doesn't seem to be enough, we can consider
If it's not
further.
enough,
Then we can consider a
you
dedicated week
consider
for it.
doing a mini meeting with people that can help you with once in a month, and you keep it.
One thing I think we don't cover well is we can apply, for example, a patch on a website, for example, because let's say the jQuery libraries need to be upgraded, but we are nothing to track the deployment of this website that is deploying the version without the vulnerability, because the tickets is more about closing, the vulnerability in the repository. It has nothing to do with which is to me the most important, deploying the actual.
Then you can create tickets in your own project for work.
Yeah, can we somehow?
I think there is a description in the tickets. The tickets are generated with an instruction on how to handle the security alerts, and it says that you can create a ticket in your own project if you think it's worth it for the work.
How can we link that to deployment? I mean,
To deployment of the website.
yeah, for example, if your website is the source is fixed because you updated the library, but you didn't deploy the website.
Well, you have a Jira ticket that has merged or deployed or with the testing or etc. Your normal work, you just have to create a ticket in your own project that links to the security ticket. And that's all explained in the security ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You don't like it.
No,
we don't have very good way to deploy.
not I like it, but I think it's the
Yeah.
I think people don't follow exactly what is deployed or not.
For example, for the MetaBrainz server, we are trying to follow the deployment. So when we close the ticket, it's at release time on production.
Yeah.
So we know it's deployed there, but sometimes we have extra stuff to do, and we don't have a very good way to follow that. Usually we mark it either on the ticket or in the pull request. And we try to remember at release time because we release every 2 weeks on ideal situation. So we used to remind about it, but it happens that we forget the step as well. Yeah, I agree. We don't have a very good.
And it's
We could use the author or the org project for that eventually, or your Google Agent.
no, I think we should perhaps review the workflow and Because to me, the most important thing is to have the thing deployed for, let's say, a production environment. It's not to have a source fixer. If you take, for example, fix a 0-day vulnerability, that's within the day, but deploy like 3 weeks later.
But why you will not, yeah, no,
See?
it doesn't.
So,
But no, it doesn't.
yeah, but
But we, for example, the same example, because I know only just one, if we are fixing an issue in the repository, we don't close the ticket, we close it only when we deploy it. We mark it as in development branch when it's
But
resolved in the-
how around sec ticket?
No, it's not, it's not, the sec is closed only if you are reviewing the vulnerability and you say it doesn't apply, I'm closing it.
Yes, so,
But if it applies, I don't know if there is another status, but you create a ticket in your project. You say,
yeah.
I'm fixing this vulnerability, and then you have all the statutes that match. If you have a better status, we have one. If you don't, you don't. You just use in development branch when you it's in master or main branch, and in close when it's deployed. Yeah.
So the process of tracking a ticket in your project when you is something that is automatic or manual?
No, manual. You follow the instruction in the sec tickets.
Could we
create it.
improve the workflow? So, for example, you could have a sec ticket to a project specific ticket, something like that?
It can be improved, it can be automatically closed.
Yeah.
If you're working with.
I will not recommend that because we have IDs matching the GitHub vulnerability and it used to close tickets. So you will have your converted tickets being updated by the webhook in GitHub. So you will not have control on the status of the tickets.
But the development status can be closed automatically. We are working with releases on
Yeah.
Jira. So we did this for, you're working with tickets.
Yeah. If you create PW for Picard website, if you create a PW ticket and you use the identifier in the pull request title, when it's merged, it's transitioned to in development branch. And when you're doing the release, then you close the ticket.
Yes. I think that's the famous thing. That's, the rule workflow.
But it's I would say it's separate from reviewing security alerts. Reviewing security alerts, it's depending whether or not the vulnerability apply to your projects. And after, if you have to make a fix, it's a different thing. Having the security alert reviewed in sometimes, so if we agree on 1 month, for example, we'll be able to start. And the fix depends on the severity of the vulnerability. If it's a minor one, maybe you can take more time to do something a good patch rather than shooting down the feature. Any other? I would like to work on improving the workflow in Jira, but I think it's a separate issue than handling the security alerts.
To me, that's the same issue in the sense if you fix vulnerables analysis, it's because you need to fix a security issue. Is fixing the security issue is just that's not just closing a ticket, that's deploying the application with the fix.
Yeah,
So
but
I think
if
we
it's
should go a step further to have a workflow which is basically where the goal is to fix the thing for example, for website when it's online, thing like that.
I agree, but we don't have this issue in MetaBrainz server because we have the workflow that comes with it. So we should look in Picard website how it works or not for you.
Basically,
And then we can probably generalize and if it's working for all website projects.
that's not my problem with Picard website because until now what I did is basically there's a site issue. Yes, I will review it. Yes, I will update. libraries or dependencies, which make even vulnerable. But the last step, which is deploying the actual
I understood your
website, is very manual, and there's no way to track whether it was done or not. After workflow, you see, it's done, but after all, we are no mean to, okay, that's completely done, but pretty much well done.
I think we have just interpersonal conversation at the moment, and we should move on and discuss later. But just to say that for the migration of Jira to the cloud, I did look into many details of the settings, and I think we should have an overhaul of the workflow. There is a workflow diagram, in the project for all projects at the same time, and probably it would answer that. So if we agree on 1 month acceptance daily for handling this security alerts, we can move to the next topic.
Next topic is, I just want to say there's an issue where when I dismiss a security alert on GitHub, it doesn't actually post a ticket.
Yes.
Yeah, it's yeah.
So all of the designs for some tickets right now don't exist on GitHub. It's still open. That's misleading how many alerts are actually.
Yeah. So to close the tickets, as well if there are not. But I'm not sure why. So it happens sometimes. But yeah, I have to find out what is bugged here. I think it might be because some alerts are sent several times for the same dependency, but different versions. But most of the time it's closed when it's closed on GitHub. It's closed in Jira.
I was talking about, because the detection vulnerability in something which is done very well.
The benefit of the sec tickets is to have a single place to see all the alerts, whereas on GitHub you have to look each repository. But it's the only thing for a single repository, there is no interest. Because you're working with, I don't know. But the next thing,
Rob, you were saying.
Break.
break.
Break that up. Yeah, and then the next topic, I mean, the last 2 topics, we've had 2 or 3 people talking, and everyone else bored under their table. So let's review our schedule. Like, is this something that we should break into a smaller group or really do as a plenary? Because I'll shut this board to talk.
Is there a topic eventually?
Topic for me.
Yeah, that's more involved into. So your for the end of the day.
That's a great one. And I wanted to discuss about the movement of documentation. How the music things. It's something. Yeah, it was not on the board. I just thought of it.
Yeah, like maybe we can actually do.
So the music wise is
Yeah.
So I think I should, try to write our image and try to do much Western stuff. We are putting behind and not over time and stuff. It's a real thing. Because we have like
Monkey. Just making note that if you plan to do it only once, if I put the count every week, it's like 4 times the work for things.
so you gave us some back. I mean, it's one of the reasons.
I'm happy to remind everyone on the page, it's sec day.
was using the.
Like a music thing, here's your tickets. Listen, bring things, here's your tickets.
In the.
I mean, it's been working pretty now, so one month.
It's way, we all the thing like that. When I did.
Yeah, it's so you mean whether it's a similar.
I don't, some of them stay open for months, but I use a nice library that's really reliable. It can't be open.
Maybe like I'm not saying that.
So that's. Yeah.
Let's say you have Picard pages, right? Let's say this page is there on the right and only. When I'm doing the
You want to single box, but like, when you say I want to get rid of it, then like change what you're talking about, that's much more.
No, I didn't talk about the pages. I didn't know what I was saying. I was saying that they should get rid of these pages.
The issue is that what get rid of these days, that's why you say. That's not what I said. Previously, you said we should move the between to read the docs, right?
It's a matter of minutes because I do it once a month. Documentation. If I don't want to not do it as complicated and don't want to.
So if you see, if you can see,
I think once a month.
So already, I know when
they
maybe all
Yeah.
you know,
just be
Docs means that the work is being confirmed by staff in the. Right, so we don't want users, we just say the docs directly.
We have two tickets.
And then, debate.
I understand what if I'm not logged in, I can't edit the payment first of all. When to log in, I need to have a physical add like an admin. So that who can control.
Should be wondering what's happening.
But the both.
Regardless, how would you balance that we've got right the page with using or we need?
So it's just like an admin control, like how things are upload it out. You basically have a lot more codes. And then you say that.
That's how we are answering. I'm not saying it's a good system. I'm just saying that's important to know. So you would be a user that understand why some has become over the last 20 years that way. So
I don't know, you was this idea. I you explained it to the.
With your help and with
Doesn't make sense.
that's why I
Let's just have a discussion on how we can get rid of it.
the old is once a month, they're like, hey, how do you make
you're not a user. That's
So if I was compared to have lead every month,
But I can't.
so I put in my.
Well, you should trust the docs, not what you bought.
Maybe I'll be the team to account.
The docs are generated. It does not make sense when you double search.
when you need
No one really would. I think finding the documentation pages.
Yeah, that's right. And you will find it out.
And shots. Just remove it. I think anything that's like just out of the or like flow change. I think this is. So there's a few pages that I'm not doing, right?
I'll explain
Our
to you.
numbers, total
They use it for the development level, and they use it for product level. So if you have seen
One of the is that and
it's like, it's rather
so it is for the end users, you will like a documentation for users.
maybe that.
what is not only it's putting in collaborating information with their own user page. They you know it's like
Exactly this case.
yeah like
There's also library for small. Then another one was same library for version and for 6.2 and then so there's so like it's they weren't exactly the same. I assume one of them got that for the other. Fixing.
I don't want to steal.
Yeah,
I think you want to try and
it is pretty good.
yeah, that's
So all of so like so you have this one.
I think they have them intentionally ready to this is actually
Basically, getting started. How to work with this.
a lot of stuff is
Setting.
maybe
Will be my. Formatting of more snippets about reading.
That's what I mean by right now.
Even I don't know. It would like. Right, and it does have it has
So like I was thinking vacation, we could just have like the they communicate the past or like
yeah.
How would I show it to you? So you make one with
so like
how much is this?
So it is similar, but it's. You could have it
So
all.
what do you do with code signing?
Something is going on.
Oh,
Code signing, I'm not sure. I don't know, maybe it didn't become the CE, right?
Okay, can we jump back in for the schedule of 5 people? Okay.
I don't.
On. Okay. So, last couple of sessions went really long in the tooth. We should really, make an effort to not have to bore everyone to tears. So with that effect, we're going to take, the service alerts one, that's, we're gonna bundle that into the news frame topics for tomorrow or later when we get to the news frame relevant topics. Code signing is gonna happen tomorrow morning. So that basically gets us to the next topic of the state of the music industry and Oauth migration. For the next two topics, and both of those are, I don't know if everyone wants to listen to the state of the music industry. If you don't, feel free to go through something else. Oauth migration, definitely want everyone here for that. And Lucifer, I hope Lucifer's online, we'll definitely need Lucifer for that, and we'll get him on Zoom for that. We'll need to talk about that in detail. Okay, so let me jump into the state of the music industry. And it's bad. So first of all, let me share the story about me going to music concerts last year. First, there was this poor guy who was doing the programming for Primavera Sound, and he was like, "I just gave up my dream job, and I'm going to go build a new company, which is merchandising with NFTs." And I felt kind of embarrassed because I actually laughed out loud. Right, and then everyone else laughed at me laughing out loud, and then everyone was laughing. I felt really bad for this guy, but it's just like 3 days later, the NFT craze crashed. Right, it just shows you like the music industry is just chasing whatever. Right, it's like, it doesn't have to make any sense. Right, another conversation I heard was talking about micro copyrights, and I just pretty much just threw up on the spot right there. Right, like I don't even want to know what micro copyrights might entail. Right, like maybe it's something in knowledge of like micro copyrights around samples and clearing samples, maybe making that process go easier. That's not how the music industry works. I think to me, what I see predominantly what's happening in the space is there's VCs coming in the same conference. People like a bunch of VCs on the stage, and I asked them, it's like, so how do you guys feel about this space? Right, like you guys are so very optimistic about this space. And I just see nothing to be optimistic about, right? And I said, like, so I'd like to hear from each and every single one of you, what are you guys doing to improve the lot of artists? And people are like, well, I know, we're interested in investing in the space and so on, for artists. Sorry. But we limit that, but like, we can't do anything for artists. And one down the line, one after another. It's like, yeah, no, we won't actually have anything to improve for artists. All the venture capitalists that are coming in, all they're doing is to create another company to take more money out of the artist pocket, one after another, right? And the thing is, there was one chap who was from South America, let's say he was from Colombia, and he was really switched on. And he was talking about how, as an artist, you need to be really, really careful and really watch the money that's coming in, because what happens very frequently is that he said, like, okay, so I'm in, I forget his country, let's call it Colombia, right? But he said, if I want to collect money for Argentina and Chile, I need to go hire this company because the Argentinians and the Chileans are never going to send me the money to do. So I need to hire a company that is then going to take 30%. I think they're cheating, they're probably taking 50% of my earnings that are coming from Chile and Argentina. And if I pay them, then I'll get a few bucks coming back to me, right? But everyone is standing there doing this, like, oh yeah, we can help you. We can help you the money that you're legally due, but you're going to have to actually give us some money for that, right? So there's very little money left at the end of the day. And all of these guys are continuing to take the money out of everyone's pocket, right? And it continues on. We're talking about it's like all this narrative that's coming out of it's mostly the labels. The labels like, well, we can't actually pay artists anymore. It's like, no, like we're not getting enough money from the streaming companies. I've had friends that have been at streaming companies, and they said, like, did you know we sent $2 billion to Universal Music last quarter? Holy fuck, that's a huge amount of money that's just flowing into these giant label pockets. And the labels are standing there like, oh, but they're not paying us anything. You guys do streaming royalties, right? Like, we can't actually pay the artists. Really, what's happening is like back in the 60s and 70s, like back in the heyday of Pink Floyd and all these other things, when the only way you could actually get to this music was by sitting down and, like, first of all, buying the damn record and then listening to it. There was no major, like, celestial jewels. There's none of that. Right? So there we're making money hand over fist because they were a complete monopoly. You had nothing else to do, and they were making money. They were like giant hookers and coke budgets, right? They were just throwing all these amazing parties. They're still talking about these fucking parties. And their attitude today is like, well, these parties aren't back yet. How can we possibly pay the artists, right? Like, no hookers and below, no money for artists. In fact, 2 years ago, the last session of the same conference series that I go to that was held here in Barcelona, there was actually this one asshole on the stage who said, like, oh yeah, you know, we've been trying to replace some artists with AI for a long time. Oh, hey, you know, kidding. That was a joke. Just kidding. You know, we're kidding about that, right? Like, no. So really, you really like to get the artists out of the picture because you need more money for your hookers and blow project, like budget. It is so awful. The entire industry is so completely rotten. And I just like, no one is looking out for the artists. Everyone who's in the music industry is just out to rip off artists. It's really, truly terrible. So let's see, what else?
So I watch a lot of videos of a lot of artists, basically from India and all, and they go to do interviews and talk about how they're earning money and stuff. So I've heard a couple of artists say that they don't earn money from making music anymore, but they are earning money from doing concerts and basically events and tours. So that's their entry point. So basically they release albums, they get famous, and their main source of income is through those concerts. So that is why they are not too incentivized, caring too much about how the music is thrown away into the world. As soon as like Spotify is able to.
I mean, what happens is like what happens to an artist that gets signed on a record label contract? Back in the day, it would be a really cool time. It's like, yeah, we're signed, we're set, we're going to be next Led Zeppelin, right? Does that mean today that you can quit your day job? No. It means you're going to be working for the label and making music and all these other things, and you get paid so little that you still have to actually work at your day job, right? And the music companies do these evil things, and like it's all about recouping the stuff that happens, right? So let's say you're a band and you know you realize we need to go out and tour, right? But we need to tour, otherwise we're not going to make any money. But well, we're all working day jobs. We want to go on the tour, then we actually have to quit our day job in order to go on tour. And then we need a van, and then we need a tour promoter, we need this and that and this and that. It's like, we need money for this, right? Maybe the labels will go like, all right, we need $20,000 for this, right? And then like 6 people pile in a van and they work really hard to do all this stuff and so forth. You got $20,000, but that means every single cent of those $20,000, you have to pay back as the band, right? From all future sales and all that, it's called recouping, right? And the labels just do everything. Where it's like, oh, you need an extra piece of paper? Oh, that's $20, right? You're gonna have to recoup that at some point. It is flat out. There's just, the model is so completely broken, and I can't recommend that anybody actually sign a recording industry contract these days. It's indentured servitude and nothing else, right? And you look at Taylor Swift. So Taylor Swift, she's pretty cool, and she's actually kicking some serious ass. At the same time, she's got 48 trucks for her fucking concert, right? All of that shit is being driven around in 48 trucks, and she's flying around in a jet that is traveling 250 days out of the year, right? Well, it costs a lot of money. She's getting a lot of money because labels are looking at this and like, well, okay, we're gonna make a few billion on Taylor Swift's tour. Cool. All right, let's focus on Taylor Swift's tour. And then David wants to go on tour with his band. It's like, hey, how much money are you gonna make? Like, oh, we could probably make like $500,000. It's like, yeah, no. Okay, Taylor Swift. Like, are you sure 38 trucks is enough? Shouldn't we go for 45? Like, yeah. Did you probably really pissed off by this shit? Right? So then something else has come up recently. Ticketmaster is now being investigated by the US Congress. Finally, right? What Ticketmaster has been doing this system, it's in the news right now, where if you buy some concert tickets, you get moved up in the line for the next purchase. If you buy a lot of tickets and you buy 100 tickets, you're in the front for the next ticket purchase. So who does that benefit? Does that benefit you? Scalpers. Scalpers. The scalpers will buy 500 tickets, get way to the queue with the cheaper tickets for the next purchase. Right? The one person that just signed up their account, like, I want a Taylor Swift ticket. It's like, fuck you, no Taylor Swift ticket for you. We sold them all to the scalpers. How did that happen? Was that intentional or was it being stupid? I can't figure it out. Congress will look at it, supposedly, right? But Taylor Swift has basically been pushing back on this, saying, it's like, this is bullshit. This is not cool. So she actually spanked Ticketmaster, and Ticketmaster had to change its rules, and she complained so much the Congress is investigating. So you have to have one star artist that is taking all these other people to court and all these other issues, right? That shows she's got some good morals, right? How about the other artists? They don't do this shit, right? Most of the other artists are going to be ignored because they're not making them a few $billion like Taylor Swift. It's wrong. The whole system is completely wrong. So let's see. Oh, yes. So then we have the UK metadata initiative. You really have really talked about this. So the UK, not being part of the EU anymore, has admitted or discouraged a document called the UK metadata initiative, where they recognize there's a complete lack of metadata. And we call on the ISNIs and the Nielsen's and a bunch of other closed people and so forth to help solve the metadata problem. And they're asking for open source solutions. Did MusicBrainz get mentioned? Did Discogs get mentioned? No. But like with the open source, like we need to have open source solutions. Like, but this shouldn't be very much of a great problem. We're going to really need to have one thing to start with. And that is reliable data to go from works to recordings. It's not paying attention.
I am.
You're not groaning at that? Right?
I expect anything already, so it's.
Yeah, I mean, so that knowledge, this knowledge of which person wrote what particular piece of music, and then how it got recorded. Do you know where that resides? In databases. Thousands of databases. My databases, you know what the music industry considers a database to be, right? An Excel spreadsheet, right? With really shit information. It is literally scattered over 20, 30,000 of these fucking spreadsheets all over the world, right? Nobody's done this. This is not public information. You can't aggregate this unless you go spend a lot of money collecting all this data. And the rights societies that have this data and so forth, but they're like, yeah, we're not letting you have this information, right? So here comes the UK and says like, hey, so, a small army of pink unicorns, gotta need a pink unicorns because they're more powerful, right? So it's all pink unicorns, right? And it's gonna be done for free, and all of these things and so forth, then things are gonna be great, and then we can pay artists more. Right? It's completely unrealistic what they're talking about. They're just wishing for something to happen. They're like, hey, this stuff is broken. We need to do something. And then nothing absolutely happens. And they could just say, like, hey, MusicBrainz, did you guys solve this? Be like, we have solved it. All of these problems, like, we have this data. If you guys were to just say, it's like, come and sit down, like, every publisher, come to MusicBrainz, enter this information out of your goddamn fucking database, and put it into our database. Then we can solve this problem in a matter of months. But that is not an option that anyone's talking at all, right? when we come with music, they say, oh yeah, that's nice, but we don't do user-generated content, right? These are the execs. The execs are talking a whole lot of shit about us. You're actually talking to people that work in the labels. You know, there was a meeting 10 years ago. This was more than 10 years, 2011. And, you know, that was it was actually at Apple Music in Cupertino. And, you know, the execs were there. There were some execs there that, oh, wow, no, we have really problems with the music rights there. And it's usually generating content. And we help. But then during the break, there's a few people from the labels like, hey, fucking thanks for music rights. It's really good. We use it a lot. Can you guys support us? Like, you know what they say? So yeah, it's in all the labels, right? They don't pay us. They're the ones screaming bloody murder about like, hey, copyright violation, blah, 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 blah. But they copyright violate. They steal software and stuff, right? They're just right guys.
Yeah, it's one of the hacking events. I've been to actually Paris. I was the National Library once, and there was the French faculty partner. We tried to participate, but the event was days. But I went anyway. It was with Lugin. And he had some time participating, so we did help them to use the events, but in the end, they didn't got a good opinion from the jury, because obviously none of them was supporting the events. They were expecting them to use their own solutions.
Yeah.
And Private Society had a introductory speech about copyright violations, other than supporting artists. But whereas we have more metadata about the artist's work, crediting artists in the events that they are publicly available from the right society. And but at the other end, how to imagine using music brands to solve the issue. It will maybe join what you said in your introduction yesterday about scaling up, because if we have a lot of contributions, then we need a lot more of human resources to handle the data. So I mean, I'm sure it will need a strong partner to have absolutely good stuff. Yeah, and the guy, not the guy, at the French library, they are receiving every new album that is published in France, and they don't have the resources to interact in the system. So there's a pile of CDs waiting for being registered. So they told me they are very interested to music rights, but it's a matter of someone paying for entering the data.
Yeah, this is common. Yeah, you hear these sorts of stories all the time. It's like, we want to do these things and so forth, but we don't have the money. Political issues, just it's very common, right? Nothing moves in the right direction. It's really frustrating.
How is a collaboration with the BBC Music in that future?
I mean, BBC is pretty much our textbook case of the user, right? They started using our stuff a long time ago to really, as a backbone, using these MetaBrainz IDs to identify absolutely everything in their system, right? They are really entrenched, and Rio works with them every once in a while, doing some more metadata solutions and so forth. That's probably the best example of somebody working with us, because we just have a really good relationship with them. They're doing really good work. I wish more companies were like that, because we have a good relationship with open communication. A lot of these other companies, I don't know what they're doing, right? Like I don't want to sign NDAs, that just ties me up. So I don't really know what they're doing, and this hardly any follow-up. What's even weirder is that we could be, working with a company, right? And thanks to all of you, it just works, right? We need to kind of interact with these people on a schema change, right? But we don't really do much anything else. So the relationship just works to the point where everyone just forgets about it, right? So the people move on, product managers move on. Usually my contacts are product managers, they move on. And then it was like, how do we contact MetaBrainz? Like, who is owning this relationship and so forth? And like, I don't know. I'm not in your company. I don't know how. Like, you guys, like, right? Like, how do we contact Mr. Robert King at MetaBrainz? Like, how difficult is it to find me? Right? Like, did you do a search, a Google search by yourself? So, but that's between us a testament that we're doing a good job to the point where any of these other suppliers are constantly in contact with each other and doing things and like asking for more money. We just provide data and send invoices and just works. So a lot of people don't know how to work with us. They just kind of do it. So at this point, I'm kind of battling. Any concrete questions that things that I haven't covered yet? So I'll just finish up with a couple of thoughts. So the race to the bottom of the shrinking digital dollar, like where the middle people just take all the money from the artists, we're almost there. And I think it's going to come right about the time that the AI replaces the artist. So it's perfectly moving along on a schedule that the music industry would like to see. It's very much not the schedule we would like to see, right? We would like actually artists to make more music. And I'm, Akshat keeps sending me these, and thank you, these, like, here, look at this AI site, right? And the AI generated music still isn't any better than the algorithmically created music that was out there, right? It is pure shit. There's still not a single thing I want to listen to. And they don't really have lyrics. They don't have vocals, right? It's pure fucking crap. But at the same time, stable diffusion and image generation came literally out of nowhere and went from like, whatever to, holy wow, right? So a couple of advances, we might be in the same position where now you just have an AI box and it plays music, right? And this is sort of my worst sort of nightmare in a lot of respects, but this is where we're going. I think you just say it's like, play me some music. They're just playing some music based on your previous history, and then you go like, I'll give you more beat, give me some hi-hat, right? Oh, make the secret rhythmic vocals a little more sultry, right? Oh, actually, no, make it more, right? And you just talk to it, and it just changes the music, and it just changes in however way you want, right? And when we reach that point, we got real problems, not just us, but artists, right? Because what we're seeing right now with the DALL-E image generators, right? There's an entire class of people who are now just taking these images. That's what we mentioned, put it on a t-shirt, put it on a t-shirt store, right? And making lots of money. Well, what happened to the artists that used to be making cool t-shirts? Nobody's paying them anymore, right? Their business has gone away because like this cool t-shirt that somebody made, how many of those oh no t-shirts are we going to keep selling? We can have these amazing AI generated t-shirts, right? It's a shit situation. So we're disintermediating and we're getting rid of these artists, these people who are really marginal, right? They've been pushed to the edge, and they're being pushed out. And that's going to happen with music, right? And who's in on that? Who's excited by that? Raise your hand. Right? By AI replacing artists.
I'm excited by AI replacing cover artists because then no one knows what the roles are.
It is going to be sharp.
And I work with stable diffusion and all these things on a daily basis, so I can confirm that it's working great. Like I've seen a lot of these cases.
I mean, music is going to be more difficult, right? Because there's a temporal element, and the AI is not really ready for that. Whereas the image doesn't have the temporal element.
I find it interesting, and I wonder what you think about the idea that will be a turning point for MusicBrainz, because I see MusicBrainz and Discogs and whatever that's similar as already being behind the curve. So I almost feel optimistic that, people would just listen to Spotify or whatever, they're not. So we're already kind of serving people who are more interested in it, like more intimate or just downloading or their own tools. Do you think there's a chance that AI will be a big thing, but that MusicBrainz will just keep on trucking without, the people that we attract?
It depends on the outcome of the future of the music industry, right? if the future of the music industry actually still has artists that wish to get paid, we have a future. If we get rid of those artists and there's no one left to be paid, we don't have a future. And one of the things that kind of shocked me when I first got to Spain was I went to a friend's house and there was a party, and the host of the party said, like, hey, can somebody make music? And I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll make music, right? They go, okay, what do I have to make music with? And she goes, oh, right there, points me to the laptop. And I'm just looking for Spotify or some sort of application. There was a browser with YouTube on it, right? And I'm like, you don't have any apps on this. What am I supposed to do? It's like, you dummy, YouTube's right there. Wait, what? So she was just like, oh yeah, just like make a playlist on YouTube and just line up a bunch of music videos and go. Oh my God. Right, that was a really shocking moment because it shows the absolute floor of what people are paying with the music, right? As long as it's free, right? And whatever, we don't give a fuck about quality, we don't give a fuck about this is really, really bad. Most of all of us are completely, we live on a completely different planet.
I have an even worse example. That one shocked me. People using YouTube. But I was at a party and all I could hear every 10 minutes is, Alexa, play rock and roll. Alexa, play circus music. And it was, and of course it doesn't work the first time. Yeah. So it's like, I couldn't.
Actually, one second. I don't think it really answered your question, right? So for the foreseeable time until AI actually makes compelling music, we're fine, right? So that's going to be, if AI actually makes music, we're going to lose AI. Spotify's going to be in trouble unless Spotify traces that AI. They know they're trying, right? I don't think they're going to do. But if they're going to continue on, they're going to lose a bunch of people, and we've already seen this bifurcation happen. People are leaving the streaming services because they're disillusioned by all the plethora out there and the lack of discovering tools. There's no intimacy with music, right? So they're already leaving. That's going to be our bread and butter going forward, right? And as long as those people, as long as there are Bandcamps and SoundClouds that are still making it work, there's a chance for us to survive, right? But if everyone just goes AI music, shouting at their assistants and so forth, then we're pretty much screwed. So it's too early to tell. But I don't think that, it may not happen in our lifetimes.
I did want to speak up that it's the many users we have that will play music using. If I'm at a party or even hosting a party, I can make everyone use my lovingly curated collection of whatever, 1 million songs, but I don't have the pop song that they want, and Chromecast and YouTube lets anybody on the Wi-Fi add it to the queue. And I do have to say, if you really love the music, then I think it's valid to take that direction. And I'm sure all of your friends as well, Archer. It's like, we just want to experience the music and like the underlying stuff. So like, but it's also funny that maybe I missed when I asked the AI question. I just realized that music that I listen to, when you're saying if there's still musicians after labels have taken all the money and whatnot, I'm like, well, that's why I'm feeling safe, because there's no money to be taken in the stuff I listen to. So like, I don't really see how the situation would change or why anyone would try take it. So pop music's probably a different kettle of fish. Yeah.
So, I think there's some huge opportunities for us because what we're doing with MusicBrainz, we know music exists. ListenBrainz is now actually probably the strongest user of MusicBrainz data. The data, the calculations that Lucifer does to actually pull data out of MusicBrainz and out of the ListenBrainz data we've got, there's some really good stuff coming out of that. I think we're firing it on all cylinders. I think it might be up to us to actually change this overall system. And I've been working on coming up with a paper that it's compelling, that tells the story. But I think the way it could look, and to give you guys a synopsis of this, is that there are some types of people from the music, not industry, but from the music community that have gotten lost, right? Who remembers record shops? Raising your hand, but like I remember the record shop, and when I was, in the 90s and early 2000s, when I was, like, why am I listening to the next amount of music? I go to the record shop, and there would always be like one person, right? Always lurking in the record shop, and who that person was. You just go up there and say, "Hey, it's good to see you, Joe." Right? Like, what's new? Right? And Joe would be like, "Oh, blah, 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 blah. Oh, you like this? Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, try this, blah, blah, blah." I'm pulling out stuff. I'm like, Joe was my recommendation, right? Joe was fucking cool, right? Where's Joe now? Joe is, I don't know, playing video games? I don't know. That job is gone, right? We don't have any space for him anymore, right? Nobody wants to listen to him. There's too much other crap going on. We've dropped out entire groups of people because we no longer need them. I posit we need them. Right? So what I'd like to really see is a system where you've got these music maidens that are coming back. And the other thing that we're doing drastically wrong right now is that when an artist cuts a track and has a track, maybe has a USB card, a USB stick in their hand, like, okay, what do I do now? We're like, oh, cool, you made a new track, excellent. Okay, so the next thing for you to do is to take all of your musical instruments and just set them aside. And now you need to open this account and that account, you need social media, you need fans, you need to, and then update this, be a business person, be a promoter, and all these other things. You know what most artists say? It's like, oh, fuck that. They go back to their music, they're depressed, and they make the next track. And you know what happens to these tracks? Nothing. There's artists all over the world that are passionate about their music, but all the evidence for people publishing their music have been cut off at the knees. It doesn't exist anymore, right? So I posit we need to take the people that have been in the record shops, the ones that we don't exist anymore. It's like, let's bring them back, right? And say like, hey, you probably have 5 musician friends. Of course I've got 5 musician friends, right? How many of your 5 musician friends have tracks that are just have never been published? All of them, right? So you go to your friends and say like, hey, so these metadata hippies are coming up with a new system. The metadata hippies are saying, it's like, I should take your music, and I should upload it to hosting service. Maybe I'll just go my own hosting service, right? That's their service for $30 a month. And then the metadata hippies will have some software, like put the music online, add it to MusicBrainz, add it to ListenBrainz, start telling people, say, hey, this music is really cool, right? And if ListenBrainz can start playing this music, actually putting it in front of people, we'll put it in playlists because we know, hey, this stuff is good. We start listening to it, right? We can actually start elevating this music. We can start building music servers. We can build a distributed streaming solution out of people's music that they have sticking around on their own servers and their own USB sticks, whatnot, right? Let's get those out. Let's get them online, right? And let's make what I'm saying a social contract. And the social contract is, let's put this stuff online. People can listen to it, and we assume that all the music rates, all the internet ideals are present. Not everyone's going to pay. Piracy is going to happen. That's cool. We call it publicity, right? And not everyone's going to pay. That's cool too. Some people are going to pay, and that's going to mean more money coming in, and hopefully more money actually going directly to the artists. Because in this entire process, there was no talk about music. There was no talk about recording studios. We need some recording studios. Most people are recording this in their bedrooms, on their laptops, right? It's a perfectly good recording studio in Akshat's lab, right there, right? You don't need any of this stuff anymore. So people can record all of their own stuff, and they will, and they have, right? So let's put it online. Let's have it distributed, right? And there's space for what I call toolsmiths in this. And toolsmiths are the people that are actually taking music, putting it online, making it streamable, they're getting it into ListenBrainz, they're getting it into Discogs and all these other places, right? MetaBrainz, we're toolsmiths. We've built MusicBrainz, we've built ListenBrainz, we've built recommendation engines, we're building LD Radio. LD Radio is hugely powerful because it is a tool for us to actually put new music in front of people that has never been heard before. Recommendations can do that, right? You only recommend stuff that you know exists, right? ListenBrainz Radio actually can now actually make a playlist of stuff. So one of the things when we know we get some information from the SoundCloud about, thousands, like, can you guys give me like 2 weeks worth of your tracks and the metadata and tags and so forth? When we get that sort of stuff, I can make an oldie radio that's specifically tailored for SoundCloud. Right? So start listening to you know, whosever content you want, right? I mean, coming off of SoundCloud, right? But that's non-major label content. So we can start recommending this sort of stuff and putting it into playlists. Then at least SoundCloud is paying their artists a little bit. And now we're actually starting to support the artists. So back to the social contract. The social contract that I would like to propose is one where we actually go, take the music from the artists and say, hey, people are going to listen to us. You're not going to get any money from this. But we promise as toolsmiths that when we play your music, that there's going to be a support the artist button. And the support the artist button is going to go to the artist page. And the artists on their page get to decide how they wish to be supported. Whether they want a Patreon, whether they want cryptocurrency, whether they want to post their STEPA, their IBAN number, or whatever, right? And then the whole idea is for us music lovers to go and actually use these services. And when you have a track that absolutely moves you, it's like, yeah, this is just a super jam. This is really making my day. You click on the support the artist, go over there and give them a couple bucks, right? A lot of us would get a lot more money if we knew how, right? But right now, the only thing I can do is basically pay, you know, $11 to Spotify. Major fucking corporation doesn't give a fuck about artists, right? And I can't actually, and you know, I can't actually contribute in a more meaningful way. So what I want to do, and we're in a perfect position to do this. We're already fairly well on the road to be able to do this, is to actually build this new system where we're building a new global music community. And we don't have to look at the music industry anymore. We don't have to actually say, may we. What we can do in the music industry is like, fuck you. We're going to build our own. We're going to build our own distributed music service, and we're going to connect fans directly to artists. And guess what? MetaBrainz is not going to take a cut. But I think everyone in this ecosystem, from the person that used to be in the record shop, the person that is listening to music, or even the person that is making a curated playlist, right? Everyone who's actually putting energy into this ecosystem should have their own web page. They are their own creator. And they should say, if you like to play Sunday, buy me a coffee. Send me some cryptocurrency. So everyone, yes, this means there's middlemen, agreed, but these middle people can actually earn something. Because in the music industry, it's like, do I really have to pay 30% of my royalties to collect my royalties from Chile and Argentina? That's bullshit, right? That should just happen automatically without anything else, right? So that's my thinking about what the future should entail. I'm trying to write a white paper on this, and I'm trying to get Cory Doctorow on board because he's actually written a book that's talking about this. And I have the name of this book now. But he's been talking about all of this stuff. He's, as you know, he's on our board of directors. So my thinking is like, if I can get Cory to actually see the idea that I've got, I think he's going to basically turn around and say, like, okay, let's take this paper that you've written and put the Cory Doctorow magic on it. I've once written a document with Cory. Yeah, that's a lie. I once started a document, and then Cory barged in and went, that's amazing, right? So I want that to happen again. And if Cory Doctorow can actually put a stamp of approval on it, said like, this is a perfect example of how we can build a new system, then we have a chance of actually building such a system and bringing more people into this. So us building MetaBrainz, expanding MetaBrainz is all part of that, in my opinion, because I'd really like for us to be able to take the next future steps and actually go in and see what can help the artists and actually keep all this alive and see if we can build this before AI music exists. That would be great.
Just wondering if you told Lucifer he's gonna have to build all this. He's gonna have to code all the stuff you've been describing.
Lucifer knows, right?
So my question is, so you're saying we want to target the artists who are not too known and who are not earning off of Spotify or other streaming services. Why won't they just go and upload a video on YouTube? It's free. It's like, it still gives them some chance of getting known somehow.
Did you know that a large chunk, I forgot what it is, but it's in excess of 30% of all the tracks on Spotify have 0 listens.
Okay.
Right? There are several players, and you can go to the webpage and say, you know, press play, it'll play you an entire endless stream of tracks that have never been listened to on Spotify, right? Just uploading something to Spotify is zero guarantee it's going to generate you any revenue, right? You must continue to do your own promotion, right? So uploading for something to SoundCloud or Spotify, YouTube just doesn't.
But I'll give one example. Let's say I have a video, I just upload it on YouTube and I can share it with my friends saying that, hey, this is a platform you already know, you all know of YouTube. You can just go to YouTube and see my video. The same way.
And you know what? Your friends should click on it. That's great. That's
Yep.
awesome, right? I call it the mom effect, right? My mom is always going to look, oh, should I go?
Yeah.
Right. But, you know, and this is one of those things, it's really easy to kind of get this idea of like, oh, I'm going to be popular and so forth. I talk to all my artists and all my friends. They say I'm great. Well, your artists or your friends are not particularly great about being honest about your skills, right? So you think you're great, you upload your stuff and so forth, and then absolutely nothing happens. You're like, hey, friends, tell your friends about this, right? I'm like, okay, fine, I'll share this, right? The next person that gets this, who doesn't actually know you as the artist, is like, this crap, I'm not going to forward this, right? They don't love you outside.
Yeah.
Right? They love, you know, your closest friends love you and they're like proud of you for having made this thing, right? So therefore they're going to share it, but the second it gets one step on who the fuck is that shot, right? It's Jeff, right? So you can only reach your friends by doing that. It's deserving. Which incidentally, we tried in the last 6 months to actually contact our customers. YouTube, Amazon, and what else did we do? I forget now. We actually wanted to have conversations about streaming with them and so forth. No one was returning any emails. Like, we just don't exist. You can't actually talk to these companies anymore. They've become too big. But also I look at it and was like, MetaBrainz was they might make us $10,000. I'm talking to somebody over here who's going to make us $2 billion. I don't have time for these guys. Right? The game is fundamentally changed. And most people haven't really quite realized the game has fundamentally changed. So the world isn't as frustrated yet because it hasn't even really understood the scope of how badly the world is fucked. So I'm going to stop. I don't want to keep rambling. I'm already kind of worked up. I hate this shit so much, but I've been thinking for years on how we can fix it. We finally have a way of doing it, and we're fairly well along the solution. We have a lot of work to do to actually realize this, but that's the only way I can see a music community existing that I really want to be part of. Because right now, I don't want to be passive Spotify consumer. Bullshit. Any other questions?
I was gonna say, you're gonna give, does someone gonna defend the music industry to give it a balance, like, you know, does someone wanna get up there and
Yvonne,
cocaine?
money guy, give up more money.
Yeah, for the, I don't know if you read a page telling the collaboration with BBC Music and to see how creative it's been the experience and to so we can get prepared to have another one if someone is knocking the door and say how we can make something work.
Yeah. So these sorts of relationships and what customers and supporters want from us, we're helpless in this, right? This is so when somebody decides they're building a product that needs music metadata, they go search for music metadata, and then Gracenote always comes up first, and they're like, okay, wow, that's expensive. Alternative to Gracenote, we come up, right? Discogs comes up. But the people look at it like, oh, can we use Discogs? Say, okay, how often does that giant XML file update? Once a month or whatever it is. It was like, that doesn't work, right? So Discogs is not a valid music data provider, right? So it's either Nielsen or us, right? And people are looking at the Nielsen data and it's expensive as shit. So oftentimes it's us. So when these customers come to us, they've already done their due diligence, whether it's Nielsen or whether it's MetaBrainz, and there isn't a thing I can do to change their mind, right? It's not like they're buying a car where like, oh, well, we're thinking of this Hyundai or this Ford. Can you tell us why we should buy the Ford? There's nothing I can do, right? The product either fits or it doesn't fit.
Yeah, right. I mean, just guiding the steps simply
Yeah, that's why we have these ever important phone calls where like, so, all this information's online that I tell people that are coming to us, right? It's all here, I can send you links and so forth, like, yeah, okay, that's nice, but we need to have a call, I'm like, fine, we'll have a call. We sit down with the call, I'm like, okay, so what can I help you guys with? It's like, well, we have questions. And it's like 3 questions I already answered in email, right? These people mostly just need the ego stroked, right? And then it would just hash over the stuff. Oh, it was really good to meet you, and it's really nice. Like, thank you for all your help. Right. So it's just these conversations are really needed, and many of these conversations just die right there. I never hear from people. Right. Some other people, Microsoft was very often very different. I get a call from product manager, or a call like an email. It says like, I'm really confused. Right? I'm really confused because I've never my team just said I should pay you. Normally, I'm the one who has to go find you the product, but they found you guys have been using your data and really happy with it. And they said, I should pay you. How do I pay you guys? Right? I love that because there's a conversation about like how this should work and so forth. It's just like, yeah, no, we need to pay you. Right? Oh, I love that. That's really good. Right? But as far as like developing our business, nothing we can do. It's just all wasted time and money. So it's what we're doing is already the best, right? We're building good data, very reliable data, lots of it, adding more stuff to it. It's the best we can do. Literally the best we can do. Any other questions? Did I answer your question, Akshat?
Yeah.
Yeah. With this like the state of the industry, I wish I could say something positive, but there isn't a single thing that is positive about this.
A lot of music is being produced, nonetheless.
Yes.
That's a positive thing.
Well, the state of the music, not the industry.
Despite the state of the industry, there is still more music being produced this year than the year before.
Which is really great. The only downside is like most of it gets for.
I mean, sure.
You mean most people are getting music,
But-
right? It's not that real.
But I don't know if that's a problem with the industry. I think it's gonna happen if everyone starts making music, most of it is not.
All right, so with that topic done, what do we got left? So Oauth migration. Lucifer, are you about?
Lucifer. Draw a pentagram on the hexagon there. Yep, Lucifer is around.
Yeah, okay. I guess what we should do is get Lucifer on the screen to kind of talk about this. So I don't know, Lucifer, do you have any idea how to best coordinate this? Or should I try my best?
A quick question I have is what is specifically what we want to discuss here as opposed to hacking on it? Like an introduction to that would be good.
So maybe we should actually just have an Oauth hacking session, but when they do a little bit of introductions to where we're from and what still needs to be done. So today, Lucifer, Monkey, Rio and Akshat, Rio and Aerosol kind of did a little bit of work on this. So I set up my MetaBrainz instance. I needed a couple of modifications to the Oauth setup, but then we found some bugs. So Lucifer needs to spend some time updating that, addressing some of those bugs. Then we looked at the UX perspective of the login and found a number of issues that are not quite clear. So Lucifer still needs to work on that. When Lucifer and Aerosol are done working out some of these details about logins and UX and so forth, the next step that we'll need to do is we'll need to have one person from each project that uses Oauth. Actually, then work with Lucifer to you can explain the changes that are necessary to your code base to be able to authenticate against new MetaBrainz server. In fact, anybody can do that today. I suspect no one's interested in doing that, but that's not too difficult. So that's something that needs to be tested. And that's step one. There's an API endpoint. I don't know if this one's done or if Lucifer needs to work on it. Here's a migration document, so it might be good to open that. There's an endpoint for validating the user token. One of the questions we had earlier today was, can this be public, this endpoint? So Is anybody concerned about the possibility of brute forcing access tokens? So Lucifer, they concluded that that was going to be okay to have that access point be public because it's rate limited. Right, if you're rate limited and you're making one request a second, your brute force is going to take all the time. If anybody else can think of any reasons why testing a user token access point might be dangerous, please let us know. For now, we're going to assume it's public, and that should be fine. Right. So those are the things that we've done. Well, Lucifer's done. Another thing that's done is that we've looked at all of the user information that exists in MetaBrainz, and we've split it into all of the stuff that is absolutely generic. So that all of that stuff lives in MetaBrainz. So for instance, MetaBrainz doesn't know about date of birth. We kind of felt like date of birth wasn't something that we actually wanted to track, but date of birth exists in MetaBrainz, right? So it's a perfect example for MetaBrainz needs to now actually deprecate its user tables. But keep some of the options, because some of the options are not in MetaBrainz, like date of birth, right? If you guys want to keep it, you keep it, but it's not in MetaBrainz. So
Yeah,
this is really confusing.
My face is, I think, wondering like, how would it make any sense for this to be kept in MetaBrainz if we decide that it's not something we want to store? I mean,
No.
that is useful for the
No.
user itself, it's not useful for
Yeah.
MetaBrainz in any way.
MetaBrainz doesn't care to store.
And why does MetaBrainz not care while MetaBrainz might? I mean, like.
Well, I mean, let's
Let's forget, we don't need the date of birth of
Let's-
the
let's-
supporters.
forget about
Different table anyway, okay, we'll see.
let's do something less contentious than data first.
Yeah.
Right? So you might have something where like favorite hat size is important to MetaBrainz, right? It's not important to anyone else.
Yeah.
Right? So that what that MetaBrainz does is that preference gets stored in MetaBrainz, but not in MetaBrainz. MetaBrainz only has all the things that apply to all the projects.
Preferences and privileges come to mind.
Well, those are going to be different too, right?
Sure, no, I think I agree.
Yeah, but yeah, this needs to be sussed out, right? So very soon we really need to have the feedback from all of the projects to make sure that all of the stuff is being handled right. But what Lucifer has done is he's got we now have a supporter table inside of MetaBrainz.org, and we have the users tables. The user tables are the ones that are currently living in MetaBrainz, right? Those need to get migrated over. So on migration day, we're going to need to turn off the logins to MetaBrainz to all of the sites. Then what we do is we copy that table over into ListenBrainz. And when that is done, then all of the sites need to basically update their OAuth setup and also, a few other things at the same time. And we don't know all of the moving parts behind this just yet. But on that day, we take all of the sites down at the same time after the migration's done. We bring the new images in that now use the new OAuth endpoint of MetaBrainz, and then we bring everything back up. We obviously need to log out all the users and all of the projects, right? We bring everything back up, and then we should be in our new OAuth world.
That'd be really cool.
There's-
So look forward to that.
This is generally handling, but there's going to be a lot of details that need to be worked out on this.
And we must be clear what impact this has on Picard.
So
Because as a desktop application, we cannot easily.
So this is where MetaBrainz has one work, right? This is one of those special cases because there is the non-OAuth, it's HTTP basic auth for submitting some stuff, for submitting tags or something like that. Right? So that MetaBrainz has. Or yeah, it's not.
No, but Picard is doing the OAuth thing. For activated, and it does use the OAuth token then for the submission of.
Okay, so then Picard needs to follow this process too.
Yes,
But
right.
Picard will
This
need
might
to
be a little bit of a
update.
problem because we cannot update all the. We can make sure that we have an updated version now that we can do, right?
We need to
But we just like a little bit older version.
So MetaBrainz team,
Yeah.
including Philip, you guys need to go talk to Philip and make sure that we don't pop block all the bad or the past versions of the card, right? So this is going to become a pretty big important priority for you guys.
Maybe we can solve something with forwarding or whatever, right? So right, already stuck.
What I'd like to see from you four is a game plan on how to address this before the summit's up. right? This is something that we pushed it long enough, and we really need to get this going. It just blocks a lot of things. Hold on a second. So you guys need to work out because none of the other projects have any extra dependency on that stuff, right? So none of the other projects have any of these dependencies. So book brains, listen brains, critique brains could migrate very quickly today. That's not a problem, right? You guys have more of the problems, and you guys need to work out a concrete course of actions and probably start working on this.
So what happens with people like Ustadi who are actually external users of current music brain?
So you guys need to work again. It's your job. You answer that, right? Ideally, we will work out some backward compatible systems so that not everyone gets screwed, right? So that you guys need to work that out. And if you guys are, sounds like you guys are going to be the critical path in this migration, right? But this is going to become the top priority very soon. We just need to get this done, right? So I want to see a game plan from you guys before the week is up.
Just saying, Lucifer will be keen to say some stuff, and we've got him on the screen now. When you're,
Yeah. Are we ready for that?
yeah.
Great.
Hello,
Everybody-
am I audible?
And that's what my class.
Okay.
If you want to.
Hi, hello. Hello, hello. Okay, cool. Yeah, so other than what Rob mentioned, there are two key pieces of data that need to be migrated. One is the user data, and the other is the OAuth apps data. So for the user data, we can seamlessly migrate it by taking down all our sites at the same time, running the copy, and then bringing updated versions of the site with the new login pages up. But for the extra other OAuth apps which use MusicBrainz, other than those we control, we need to coordinate with the external app owners, maybe notify them on blog or their emails if we have, that there is going to be an update at this time, and after that their apps should point to the new URLs for authentication in MetaBrainz, not the MusicBrainz domain. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Any questions?
I've muted myself,
Okay, this is us.
so if anyone needs to speak through Zoom, let me know beforehand.
So can Lucifer hear me now? Lucifer, can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah.
maybe not.
Oh, well, now we can't
He's
hear
great.
him, well, we can't hear him now.
You can't hear him.
Because
No,
you
we
turned
can't-
it
no, we can't.
off. We need to speak, we need.
Yeah, but we can't do both at the same time, because there'll be a couple.
It's like a walkie-talkie, right?
Well, as long as it's looking your laptop. Anyway,
Press the speaker.
Yeah, but the camera is over there.
no, it's
Is
using,
that's not recording sound?
no, I'm using it.
Oh,
No, it is, but don't you have a speaker, mic to plug into the?
We can try. I have a microphone here. You tell me what to do. So my microphone should be on and the sound should be on if Kartik wants to speak. And we'll find out if it explodes.
Yeah,
Lucifer, can you hear us?
yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent. All right, where were we? We were talking about that we need a backward compatible interface layer for, oh no, we were talking about contacting existing users of our applications. So since they're associated with a user and it's all that data is all in MusicBrainz is in Postgres, I think it'd be easiest, Lucifer, if you write the script to actually send mail to each one of these people. I have a feeling the MusicBrainz team is going to be really busy with other things. So let's put that on. Let's put that on your list of things to do. But obviously, let's not send the email until we really know what our migration plan is. We have a firm date. That's a to-do list item from you. If not,
Assuming we have a backwards compatible system in MusicBrainz, what are we contacting them? Like, what action do they need to take?
but there was
Right. So I was planning it like this. We could first of all test and foolproof our Oauth system and deploy it on the MetaBrainz server, so that new users can create applications and old users can migrate their applications to MetaBrainz.org. In the meanwhile, all the data will still remain in MusicBrainz, but MetaBrainz will internally call the MusicBrainz database to verify. So the external application use could just change their URLs. The MetaBrainz Oauth will be backward compatible with MusicBrainz Oauth system, so it will be just a URL change for them. And then when all of them have done it, or maybe when we are satisfied with the number of people who have migrated, we could actually bring over the data from MusicBrainz to MetaBrainz and shut it off on MusicBrainz end.
Well, the user IDs would stay the same.
yes.
Yes.
Yes. So I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that's a good way, approach of doing it. But correct me if I'm wrong, the act of migrating an existing application from MusicBrainz to MetaBrainz is literally going to log into MetaBrainz, create a new set of keys, and then apply the keys to the application that I'm currently using. So we're talking about less than half an hour's worth of work in general per user.
Yes, but if we want, we could also use that script to copy over the old keys from MusicBrainz to MetaBrainz, so that the users don't even need to create new auth applications. They can just update their code to change MusicBrainz.org to MetaBrainz.org.
Oh, okay. So okay, that's cool.
So we transfer the existing applications with with the tokens that have been generated for those applications.
So then I'm just wondering, would a month for transition time be enough? I know that's a bit tight. I just don't want to drag this out for like another 6-month window for users to do this. But if we do,
So
apps, I mean, ultimately, the question I'm trying to answer is like, what is our transition phase window look like, right? Like we had we deprecated it we deprecated it and turned it off 10 years later, and people complained to us that we didn't give them any notice. So
I think the people who haven't read the notice are going to complain at the end anyway, but regardless of whether you do that in 3 months or in 10 years, it'll be the same.
So Lucifer, do you have an appreciation for what the cutover time should be?
So we could, I think 3 months is fine. But 3 months after the time we have deployed the Oauth system in MetaBrainz, we want to get a formal review of it, like there was for MusicBrainz, and I think that will also take a good bit of time.
Okay, so the plan as it stands, we're going to set up MetaBrainz.org and actually have a fallback in MetaBrainz.org that actually checks if there's an application that's not found. We'll actually drop back to checking it internally to see if it exists on MusicBrainz. So that way, an application in the 9-month window can you be using either one of the servers to do OAuth authentication. Am I right so far?
Right.
Okay, and then after the end of that 3 months, we copy over, no. At the end of the 3 months, we basically, yeah, we copy over the user data and we just completely close them. We just finish the migration, and anybody who has not migrated their app in those 3 months, those apps will stop working until they get a new key put into their new app, correct?
Right.
Okay. Anybody have questions on that? Does that seem too short time frame, too long time frame? The good thing is that most of the work that needs to be done on this is on the super side. There isn't a whole lot of work that needs to be done from MusicBrainz right away, which is good. That gives MusicBrainz more time to actually work on the cutover things.
Just wanted to say I'm happy to test this with my Weblate instance that we are using a little bit before, because it has a MusicBrainz login thing,
Yes.
right? So
Yeah,
That's
with
super.
Jira as well.
Yeah, I mean,
some applications.
yeah, I mean, we tested it today, found some bugs. When those bugs are fixed, then we can ask for help to test. So,
Yeah, but this is third party applications, which we haven't tested at all.
yeah.
I think that would be useful.
Okay, yeah.
So is it available for tests from music?
Yes.
MetaBrainz.org?
Yes, I would recommend you give Lucy for a couple of days to make some more fixes, because we found a number of bugs today.
Is there any redundancy between containers? So there is only one container for all the authentication.
Correct.
Whereas for MusicBrainz we have
I mean,
mainly
we can fix that for deployment.
yeah, but
I missed that. There's multiple,
There's only one container, there's no redundancy on the auth right now. But
which there is for MusicBrainz.
yes, but when we push it into production, we will need to have 2 containers running, which actually Zaz. So Yvonne brings up a really good point. So the MetaBrainz container is running all of the authentication stuff. We only have 1 container doing that, which is good. So we need to have at least 2 containers doing this for redundancy. The problem is the MetaBrainz container has all of the replication data and so forth in it. It has very large volume attached to it that lives on Trillit only. So we can't very easily set up a second one, because now we have to duplicate all the data. How do we handle that? Okay, based on that reaction, we'll get back to that answer. But can you put that on your to-do list? We need to find a solution for that.
Yeah.
Maybe the solution is that we break the downloads, MetaBrainz.
I think the right approach is, I'm not sure if that's the solution, and the right approach is to explore everything in separate, container and not add all.
Yeah.
Inside by.
I think the right way to do this is to actually break the download functionality and actually make a separate download
Container.
page,
Yeah.
right?
So
And that container is like, if our downloads go down for a while, for a few minutes, it's not a problem. If our OAuth down endpoint goes down for a few minutes, that's a lot more inconvenient. All right, so then Lucifer, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's another task for us where we need to actually break MetaBrainz. So can you please add that to the roadmap of stuff that needs to be done? And I can come in and help you out with the stuff before too long, because we need to get this into the 3-month window post haste.
Makes sense. Also, the MusicBrainz team will need to work on adding so that they can use meb.org as a OAuth server. All other our projects currently work that way, but MusicBrainz is not.
Because you guys are I forget the term that you guys are the client, everyone else is the server, so you guys need to learn how to be the server. Which,
Yeah, and also about that, another point. So currently, musicbrains.org acts as the server in production for even when we for the Oauth server, even when we run the local apps for development. So now it will be MetaBrainz.org. But because when we will introduce Oauth scopes in our apps for checking, the checking of the scope has to be done by the Oauth server. So currently MusicBrainz checks itself, but say you are developing MusicBrainz locally, you have some Oauth tokens that will be issued by the production server of MetaBrainz. You don't have access to the server locally, so you can't check it whether the access token you received in development can submit some tags, ratings, etc. In product. Yeah.
Yeah, one way would be to make a Docker image of the MetaBrainz Oauth container and have it in the Docker Compose project for
Right.
Brains.
Yeah.
See, it will just require to have a pre-built Docker
Yeah.
image.
So require the local development users to run a copy of the MetaBrainz container and use that, right?
So can you make sure that that particular caveat is also mentioned in the migration document, Lucifer?
Yeah, it's already mentioned there, which is how I remember it. Yeah. So, or the other option is, since the public introspection endpoint will be, we have so far decided that it will be public. You could probably query the introspection endpoint with the, and then use it to verify that this token has the relevant scopes. This can't be done if we make the introspection endpoint private. This one is the which Rob mentioned earlier, the brute forcing one, which runs the risk of brute forcing. You could, instead of just running a local container, query that in production, and yeah, it just tells you.
Any other questions locally? Any other comments, Lucifer?
Arizal has a question.
Yeah, just a comment. With the letting people know stuff, that is where we've made strides. Just talk to me, like getting comms out. Talk to me early. We're covering all the channels. That was a complaint of mine last year's summit.
I mean, this is going to be a direct email over to send all the direct registered users.
Yeah.
And then we'll have a blog post talking about what we're doing. So I think that's all the posts we need.
I think we need to. I think we had all of that. But yeah, this is where I think MetaBrainz has been.
Forward.
Yeah, but not in the last year. It's fine. We've worked on this, and it's part of the workflow for the comms. You're going to pass it to me, like blog posts you guys do and whatnot, but also pass that stuff to me. We just make sure it's not that we haven't told people, it's that they're following us and other things, and you've got to guide people by the hand that we can do it. So let's just play it safe and yeah, if you've got anything important.
Lucifer, add that caveat that we really need to keep Arizal in the loop to the document, please. Philip?
Yeah, no, because mentioning the Oauth secret and stuff, right? For Picard is really public anyway, as it is right now already. So I'm not quite sure on whom the current application is registered. It's probably looks still. But well, it's either public or we have to require every user to register their own app, right? So these are the options.
I mean,
as the source is all open.
The orb still loads original. I just found out.
So, like, I mean, I'm sure this a lot of people already understood how this works, but I haven't. So, I understand there is a 9-month migration time plan.
No, 3 months.
3 months. Okay, 3-month migration for people to move from MusicBrainz to MetaBrainz accounts. But aren't we going to need a permanent compatibility layer for all the old Picard installations anyway?
You have to figure that out.
That's what you guys.
So why does everyone need to migrate? What's the point of a 3-month migration period if there's going to be a permanent compatibility layer?
There's third-party apps users with a block. They need time to get it.
But like, wouldn't it work forever if we have a compatibility layer to actually maintain it?
Right, because what they need to do is they change the URLs in their application. We don't have a compatibility layer like that, right? MusicBrainz has a compatibility layer for non-OAuth.
But you said that Picard uses OAuth.
Right, but isn't there an HTTP basic auth element of the web API?
Yes. So they use that Picard.
That one. That's what you need to create a backup solution. But that doesn't mean that like the OAuth system isn't completely seamless. It's not. Right, in those 3 months, anybody that's using our OAuth has to change from MusicBrainz to MetaBrainz.
Okay, my question is, what happens to people using older versions of Picard that would not support? Especially if new Picard is not going to support Windows 7, that is going to cut a lot of people off Picard completely.
We can manage to create a release for that.
Okay,
I did not mention it in my talk, but our current plan is because we have this breaking change, we will try to maintain a 2.x release for some time. That does not mean those users get all the new features or something like that.
Okay.
That we can put out releases still with bug fixes, at least maybe minor
it looks like
features.
it works.
So that is this.
That's good.
Because I'm very sure we have plenty of users that are still using like very old Windows.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
when
pretty
not-
sure we are.
Okay,
I haven't
Okay.
talked to Bob about that yet because he is one of those, I think.
okay. Because that calms me a little bit, because they don't want to have to deal with support for every single user who suddenly is locked out of Picard, so, okay.
So can you guys work on this tomorrow a little bit? And then what I'd really like to do is have another session on Friday with Lucifer, basically what we're doing now. I like have another session of that because we're gonna unearth a bunch more questions and we have a bunch more things that need to be done. I want everyone to be more or less on the same page with marching orders once they leave Barcelona. So you guys work on that tomorrow, and then we'll have another follow-up session on Friday. Ivan?
There we also has a MusicBrainz search tool. On schedule, it was on the agenda for the. It's also with Lucifer and also.
Okay.
We have to like mostly to discuss of roadmap and acting first, and it's been there for many years as well. So we like just to comment that we have that, and the time frame to do that would be like in the next months.
Okay.
So probably sometime for that as well.
Okay. What else? Well, you can see we're gonna unearth a number of problems here and there, and a lot of things we don't understand just yet. So I think it would be really good if we can use our time wisely over the next couple of days to get completely educated on what needs to happen. This is an important project. We all really want it done. Let's see if we can actually get the transition phase started as quickly as possible. Right, and then we have a very concrete date that we need to work towards, and hope to be done with this soon and move on to a much happier life. All right, okay, it is now 6:30. We have dinner reservations at, I believe I said we made it for 7:30. It is near my house, so that's going to be a 15-minute walk at least from here.
So that's gonna take half an hour.
Yes.
So we need to leave here at 7 then. So that's so basically once we finish our live stream, we need to like pack up and head out. So we have a half hour left. Do we need a break, or do we want to move into one final topic?
Instead of the minutes and after percent the survey. I don't have it ready, it's gonna be okay, so.
Okay, so
For some reason, every description of location is always near Rob's house, so.
well, this is the key was to find a place that has a large. You guys look at this place going. Oh, by the way, it's also really important. While I have your attention, the plates are ginormous. Remember, Zaz? We went to the Ecuadorian place.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to eat there, right? It's really good, but the plates are absolutely gargantuan. Like whatever you do, one plate for two people. right? It's gargantuan, but it's really good, right? And the avocado, right? There's not skipping on the avocado. So I'm looking forward to dinner. It's really good. If you've never had Ecuadorian, it's gonna be goodies.
How long is service alerts? Is it something that people who are into it can get done while others are starting to get ready to go?
I don't know. Sorry,
Service
service
alerts, how long is that time?
It's
Wait, Joe. Okay,
Should be
let's
done.
do service alerts.
it's about the Telegram alerts we create for. So for people who are not it's a service we are providing like grants websites, listing grants websites, the API tool, and also the service that are used again the same. So we are reselling alerts on Telegram, but there are some that have been running for more than a year, and yeah, it's or there's no issue and we should not have received alerts, but it feels like a huge waste of time for everyone. That we have some alerts that have been running for years and nothing happens. So either the alert is not concerning and we should shut it down, or we should. There are these alerts on Gaga, on Avatar.
If we stop them, we still have a problem because when we are in fact, it's because there's something happening which is problematic. So the thing is not to shut down the lab, but solve the issue.
Yeah.
So I think, for example, we are recurring alert about this space, but for a simple reason, we are almost 100% usage on the disk, and that's a problem. So I don't think the right solution is to shut down the alert. It's to fix the actual problem. And if we alert keep coming, it's because no one took care of this problem. And at the moment, we have two recurring alerts. One is about this space because some processes running like 1 or 2 times a week are using almost all the displays on the machine. So ever we move this thing elsewhere.
Yeah, so that's true.
Yeah.
True is happening.
Yeah.
And so I just, given that we just had a conversation around needing to move that service, what I think we should do is we should move break the MetaBrainz.org into the download section and the hosting section. Yes. The hosting section is now volume independent. The download section gets moved to the replay what we have discussed. Yeah. So then we take care of one of these.
And the other one is related to IO intensive processes running on some server. Basically, those should be moved to faster machine. So I think for me, there are few alerts which are perhaps annoying, but what I see is the initial problem is not solved. So for me, it's not a problem with alert, it's a problem with.
Yeah, but we should do something. It doesn't seem to be actionable from outside. If it's the server is not up to the task, we need a new server or something.
Well, hold on, like the disk latency or the disk saturation one, didn't we solve that recently when we downed it?
Yeah, but it came back again. And also, no, but we had a lot of interaction. Like there are many measures proposed and said that one are not relevant. And also a question is whether the alert is really relevant because it happens only at some period of time where it's expected to have a high load because we are using the disk for writing very large dump files. So I'm not sure it's impacting the other services on the same.
Actually, it is, and it's why this alert exists. Because when you, for example, have one processes using almost all the resources like this access, basically when it happens, I can tell you, you can barely log in the machine for SSH. So that's a real problem. It's not like the alert is something just saying, hey, there's a small problem. It's a natural problem. And this is why
but we might not have the server that is matching the service, I mean,
So we could move the process.
it's what, it's intensively writing, so we need something that can write a large file, but if the, if the flow,
Basically get a machine that does nothing but a disk server. With like large stuff, and if we saturate it, yeah, some of the data that's being served would slow down a little bit, but we're not hosting anything on that machine, because that's the problem, right?
But I think that's Areta, which is concerned with this issue. Mainly. That's Areta.
Okay, but,
So.
yeah, but Areta is used for other things.
The main reason is because this machine was made to be a storage, a slow storage, and basically what we are doing is running disk IO intensive processes on a very slow machine. In fact, it should be like if we want to do that, we should do that on the machine that use SSD or something like that.
Okay. So at this point, let's close this particular conversation because this is no longer relevant to everyone.
yeah, but
You and I talk about this.
Yeah, I would just want to give a precision about alias. If some are triggering too often, annoying, really annoying, like noise, really, and we can silence them for a while. So that's what I do usually when something. And the problem is that if we silence alias, people don't take care when we add them. So if you silence them, nobody will take the problem.
So this particular issue, it's been up for I think about 1 year and a half, and there's been a patch for 1 year and a half. And but
yeah, and that's the reason we talk about eventually moving the processors where what we tried wasn't enough to fix the issue. So let's move that elsewhere on the machine which is able to cope with the thing. The other kind of alert that can be a bit annoying and sometimes they appear are those about network saturation. But sometimes it can be a real problem. Sometimes it's perfectly normal. It's quite difficult to differentiate both. So if some are coming back and back and back, like at the same time or something like rules with them it's your experience, I think.
is there would it be easy to have a separate channel, for example, for different
It's not that easy because those alerts are common to all machines around the world.
We've lost everyone but you two.
yeah, but I mean,
Are you
But
listening?
it's not that
who is listening to service alert anyway?
No, because
Yeah.
The discussion. So
So
when we have alerts, other alerts like for big brands websites or things like that.
Two about channels.
Yeah, but
We could have more channels, for example, having like high priority alerts, moderate priority alerts, and things like that. We could have something like one channel, for example, for each time. So basically, noisy alert will be on one channel and important alert like something is going very bad. Just to answer, is
yeah, if you can make different channel, yeah.
I think that would help with not muting all the alerts because it's too much noise.
ever an alert is useful. Sometimes some alerts are
Yeah, but useful does not encompass everything because if it's useful for you, it might mean nothing to you.
Yeah.
The SSH, let me finish. The SSH certification, I understand that's a thing that needs to be, but between that and disk alerts, I'm muting the channel.
Yeah.
I can't action on the disk alerts, I can't do anything on the SSH thing. The load issues are not related to proofreading.
Yeah, when you the channel, I kind of ignore it all the time.
part of the thing, the alert system, especially the one from Prometheus, that we made to have extensive set of subscribers, so people who are concerned by another kind of just precise rules, that we didn't get set of that, so that's another.
That might be the solution.
For now, it's mainly. They can be made to work as you want, so.
Okay, that's a big allocation.
For now,
I have stopped opening because I always think, oh, there's something. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, and it's like.
So it's like,
There's something going up.
let me, I check, and it's exactly really hard for me to understand, like, okay, I check the line, and think, oh, there is an issue in some server. I don't even remember by heart which server we use for music brands. So is it, do I need to check this?
Yeah, it's not differentiate what's the real issue. For example, if you have a display area operating on one server, but for because of processors like it is on three and the moment. Okay, it seems okay, but let's say on the same machine at a different time, you have another process which is all the displays. This one is one. So basically, you can do distinguish which one is okay.
Sure.
From the one which is.
Sure, but I would, for example, only get an alert from servers that are running music brands.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, that's most of them, but.
But we can require that system to have more for example, about the process because now and why, but we could have something saying, hey, there's this process in this container, which is yes, I think that's
Because that's actionable for developers, whereas system-wide stuff. Maybe I'm wrong, but I assume it's something that you're gonna look at because.
So what can we do? I think we should during the process we have on ITA or free find a way to run them elsewhere where it's not a problem, especially with data, because what I did some measurement when it happened, for example, FTP is starting to be very slow. So basically, if someone is downloading something from FTP, slow down and back to so that's a real problem.
Sure. Sure, but it's not a real problem for everybody.
So
It doesn't necessarily reach the person that should be looking at that.
Yeah.
I think that's the issue that I want. Yeah. So any step you take in that direction, it improves the.
sorry, I would like to be back in the loop as well. Just saying that I have tens of alerts every week, and I'm just removing them. Most of them are not actionable. There are a few ones where I can. It's MusicBrainz website response time.
Yes, but
most of alerts are just not actionable, and
I plenty of alerts I can do anything on because it's going to depend on my call or something I deploy. But still, the problem exists. So that's what I see it more like,
I'm not seeing it.
With a red eye saying, oh, something is wrong. Doesn't mean I can fix it, but
I don't mean I don't think we're done, but I would like to have a separate channel for the one I can do something with. For example, I know that the MusicBrainz alerts, there is only me, FAO, and Michael that can do something about it.
what
So
do is create a ticket when some alerts are recurring like this, for example, and it start to get problem because people would like to less noise on the it's really to manage create a ticket which that's the tools for the problem and find a real solution to that. That's it, because I don't see how we can do if it's basically, oh, we said I don't need so let's finance everything. Okay, we don't need another system.
I understand it was just a way to say we have something about it, not urgency, and also for selling together, so to know the problem.
People having house alarm and turning off every time because it's annoying sometimes so what's the point?
But what's the point of receiving the sunset alert all the time? If we can't do
Perhaps before
We had a problem.
start Picard at the LLM, for example, there are tools that are able to do that. That's where Prometheus alert system, if we go in this direction, can help because you can, like, for example, have different level of contact. For example, let's say this alert trigger like 10 times. I use a Telegram channel, for example, for one, and after 10 times, it's a mail to a person, for example, or even a phone call. You can do, and escalate somehow to someone which is responsible of the issue. So it can be, different level, like the noise level channel, separate channel for noise level is an improvement of the situation. I think the thing that you're saying about being able to subscribe to specific alerts is much more useful. Yes, and I think we need both. So here it can be a problem. It can work on that, but text.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
And now it's more or less the setup is very simple.
No, it's what just me of more is that the room is pretty empty, and we are supposed to talk about it with all the people that are receiving there. So it's
That's most of us here.
there is another thing. It's the incident code with specifically with directory for recording incidents and how we did investigating it. And even me, I'm not using it anymore. So I'm not sure if we have a proper follow-up of the incident going on. Maybe I don't know, but it's it's been something we've been trying since last year or a bit longer. And so I don't know if people still want to do it that way. If we can propose improvements.
But the problem here is if we silence, for example, for one process, one machine, I think, okay, let's clear out if you are the problem. And I think the right solution is to fix the issue.
But there are some that require new server, but we discuss later on.
What is everything is the problem that is for 1 year, and I mean everyone every week, every day, like I have to take care of it really. So I think it's not a so really problem for most of the people. It doesn't. And people, what I user, I think it's a problem for our user. So because I actually makes the machine very slow, it's not. So it was main reason it exists. And the same goes for example, this space area. It's quite worrying when you are at like 99% of display space on the machine. You can literally cause severe issues of the process.
Yeah.
Like, for example, temporary space, something like that.
We're not arguing that the alerts need to be.
Yeah, you see that
I think everyone understands that the alerts need to be.
if we consider, but 99% is okay.
It's
I don't think that's what's happening.
not
Actually, we have more with CFS because we use this space for attention, for example. So some processes which are eating a lot of space everyone will benefit from moving to CFS because on the one side the compression of the sound because share space over between there's no real partition. So
Too much detail. I think you were talking cross-purpose. You're talking about specific alerts, we're talking about the process. It's hard for us to prepare initial alerts, so
I mean,
there are some
we
that
need,
are.
we need to bring a team to address it, but it's not it's not just the
audition we had ways with more than how would we address recurring area? Should we, for example, after let's say every day during the week we have an alert which is starting to pop up during a meeting, say, okay, what do we do to that?
so it's
Silence alert. We find the channel of filtering or whatever. tune the alert, or sometimes that's the case, sometimes you can just, or just fix the problem, if possible, and it's more like this, I see. We need to
For
unlock
the
that.
space alert, for example, apparently it's about sizing the server properly to the
Yes.
service we are running.
Yes.
So we have to
Find, take a decision about what to
it
do.
takes
exactly.
a large group. It's not a one person can
Yes.
resolve it on
I
its own.
think that's the main reason alerts are staying, because no one, but for example, I'm the one responsible of setting those alerts. And the others are something which is very real. It's when the alert trigger, the problem is real. But we don't always have a solution to that. Like, for example, end of this space to handle the process or something like that. So I think this is where we need to improve. Perhaps when we have something recurring like this, okay, we go meeting, during the meeting, we talk about that and take a decision. What do we do about that? It's can be use another server, move the process, tune the alert, silence the alert, limit the number of channels it is perfect or something like that, or whatever.
So something to bring to the weekly.
Yeah, I think the main issue here is more that we let the alerts, okay, start to
Yeah,
do
and
something we're doing.
it's very it's very bad.
It's annoying for the one, and plus,
It's annoying to see
But
that the rest is
but
not
we are not ignoring the
not
but then for us, when you have to look too much at it, and take care of, you know, the small alert in the middle, which is actually, so.
Do you receive alerts for good ones sometimes? Or?
There's not such huge topic, people go, we see that she's like, okay. I do that.
And so we have some for different brands as well.
And another question, and it's about century in this system, because I know some people are very century to gather information about some modeling process or something like that. How do you get the information from something? It's that only by mail or it's sent over channel or something like that? Or let's say you have something triggered on century.
The emails.
Yeah, weekly, so but that's in there.
Otherwise, just a weekly summary, but so we have alerts all every day.
And we are using Telegram at the moment, and perhaps that's something to discuss too, perhaps not for multiple channel, depending on what people prefer to have, like.
Telegram, and that's what
I should agree with it, but perhaps.
Is a receiver connected? I think didn't check because he's probably receiving checking alerts as well. I don't know, but he didn't. If he has anything to say,
I didn't catch that, but he's not currently on the speakers, so it's.
okay.
Let's discuss that next thinking about what to do about more specific challenge on next meeting and take a decision.
I mean, to the great several channels,
We have
so we can focus more on the one we know we can do something.
yeah,
And
let's say
still get informed of all channels and see if someone is being.
yeah, let's say rules alert, most of them are more like general alert about the behavior of physical or different node. So basically, in some case, like a network saturation or something, there's nothing to do specifically by someone. It depends which process is triggered on the alert.
But that we don't know. You know.
Yeah, no, and we can't know.
Because
It
it
requires more investigation. So this is where we make a point, like during a meeting about that, we let we share the information and we say like, wait, let's identify the real source of the problem. Then ask people who are working.
Yeah.
Because for example, high usage of disk can come from anywhere. It's not specific to one process or another. And the thing is, those alerts don't care about what is generating the file, but just report it.
Yeah.
So it's not a fine.
Maybe ZFS can make more decisions about this usage.
And with the ZFS confirmed with Windows, we still have it there. Especially because ZFS performance tend to decrease when you reach like 80% of usage. But yeah, it will be overall. Like the problem doesn't really change. We won't have any problem.
Okay. So what did we, just to summarize, what did we say we will
I think that
do
the
about
next,
that?
there's no turnkey solution to that. But I think one is first to put that on topics of the next meeting. For example, let's talk about this alert or this alert and what to do about it. It can be if we need to buy another machine because that's the only solution. Let's buy another machine. Is so just okay. The service that is annoying and you can drop it or sell and say we'll tune the process or whatever. But I think the first thing to do is to identify what is the exact issue. And
But we, for the discrepancy with it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
probably the issue is other things running on the same server, because if there was nothing else, it would not be impacting anything.
The thing is, sometimes we have, for example, a few nodes which are at the start dedicated to a role, and this role evolved to another one because things like that. And resources are not correctly reserved for the thing we want to do. So I think that's more or less what I'm doing with Areta, because Areta was at the start defined as the pure storage machine, and it becomes a machine where we do a lot of processing because there are a mirror of the database. I think we for the backups, and yeah, so that's the main issue. This machine was need to do something, and we do something else with it. So basically, the resources are not in adequation with the needs. So we need to fix that. And it could be buy another machine more powerful, buy another machine that speed the process. It could be move the process to a machine which is perhaps free or that. I don't know exactly, but because it's very specific to the problem arising. But from the alert point of view, I'm very reluctant to silence the alert because they remove a real problem. So I don't see why.
We've seen that sometimes the threshold can be
Yeah.
adapted to be more.
The threshold are actually tuned already. And those alerts don't trigger on all server we have. They always trigger one specific server at one specific time because an event triggers it. And if you look, you are not annoyed by this alert on any other server. And then you have like 30 servers. So
There's another one that said.
yeah, so I think sometimes you know false alert or something like that, like for example, a very short high usage of this or something like that. Most of them are tuned already to not overreact, to not trigger when that's just an exceptional that. For example, we have alerts based on prediction of this usage. So let's say you have a process starting and you start to use this space. So the system can trigger the alert saying, hey, at this rate, this will be full in like 10 minutes or something like that. But what can predict if whether the process will stop before those 10 minutes. So basically, it's just alert to it might be a problem in this case. But yeah, if your process stop after 2 minutes, you're okay. And if not, it's good.
It's a collaborative,
Yeah, that's,
it's a team effort, so if we have to discuss, it's worth it.
do we have a suggestion about how we can handle that, or? We have.
No, but I mean, having the others, point of view, how they perceive the alerts and what they are doing on it, because we have very few messages of people saying, have you looked into it or something, or it's not worth it.
What I see is, when, it's most of the alerts we have at the moment are pretty well tuned in fact, and they don't trigger easily or anything. And usually when they trigger on a regular basis, whether it can be something we say normal. In this case, it's not, because it has a real impact on other process running and things like that. But if it's normal, we can make exception. For example, we can define something like, hey, this machine don't trigger this alert. It's possible, and we do it for certain machines. But what I really don't want is to, hey, the fire alarm is triggering the weekend, or just because the house is burning, you know? It's over 7.
Yeah, but it's the point of having having some alerts for
I
you.
have the process. I think
It's over 7. Sorry. Yeah, we're going to interrupt, but if you guys want to wrap up in the next few minutes, I can let people on the stream.
I think we're wrapping up.
Yeah, we need to.
I need to leave in a minute.
So just try to speak towards the next.
Yeah, I
thing,
think
with major alerts. That's it.
I think we need to have a battle plan versus those case, because it all data knows what's exact problem we have. And to me, the alert system element is very generic. That's whether that basically you are lacking of resources, and you're lacking of resources because sometimes there's not enough resources. It's just out. You solve that. Then yeah. And when the machine is running on 100% CPU available, for example, it's a problem because it will be slow anyway. If you don't have enough RAM, and it's a problem. If you don't have a disk space, it's a problem. So it's not hiding the tree, like we saw in this one. So I think we need to rethink our where we want this process. Perhaps we can pre-release those things on this machine. Moving, I think about for example, moving perhaps some process to another machine and create some. It can be.
There are some improvements we can make to the containers as well. But it's the data will be still the same size.
Yes.
We still have to compress and write it on this. So
But we
I think our issue will be.
perhaps some part of the process or split the process in different tasks and spread it differently.
Thank you.
Okay.
So yeah, we should really move.
Yeah, I think that concludes the summit for today. And the data is my God. We're gonna miss our reservation. Thank you. Thank you. Plug all of that aerosol stuff. Yeah, from the first. Closing all this.
Taking the French translation of the MetaBrainz app.
I just translated about 25% of it earlier.
That's all I looked at.
By the way, you use I left a comment to try it out. There's a use of log out and log out.
Okay, separately.
Yeah, and so Weblate lets me know, hey, this translation is already used for this, because I translated both the same way, which is quite useful. And I'll see how the cycle works with sending a comment about the log out line.
Makes sense.
You'll see.
This is like, all right.
Hey,
Okay, if you'd like to turn up at the restaurant on time, we can leave now. I'm gonna do exactly that.